Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. This is going to sound like I'm making it up for drama, but I swear I'm not. I wish I was. I would love if this were just a dream, or sleep paralysis, or something that could be explained. I've tried to explain it. I've talked myself down 100 different ways, and each time I thought I had a grip on it, it got worse. It started on a Thursday. I only know that because I checked the date later. At the time, it didn't feel like anything. I just woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't figure out why. Not scared, not cold. Just alert, like something had knocked on the edge of my sleep. I rolled over and looked at my clock. It was glowing faintly. 2:17. I remember that specifically because I thought it was weirdly specific. Not 2:30, not 2:15. Just 2:17. I didn't hear anything, so I went back to sleep. Next night, same thing. Same hour, same minute, same weird snap into alertness. But this time I heard something. It was faint, not loud enough to be alarming, just odd. A soft tapping sound. The kind of thing you'd expect if a bird hit the glass once and then left. Only it kept going. Tap, pause, tap, tap. Long pause, tap. I sat up and looked across the room. My bed faces the window. I've got thick curtains, blackout ones, the kind that make the room pitch dark in the mornings, but they were parted slightly in the middle, just enough to see the glass. And there was someone standing there. Not looking in, not even facing me, just standing with their back to the window. Still, too still. I froze. Not dramatically, I didn't gasp or scream or anything, I just stopped moving completely. I stared so hard my eyes started to water. The figure wasn't tall, but not short either. Not bulky. Not skinny, just a man, neutral, unmoving. He was standing maybe a foot from the glass. I watched for maybe 10 seconds. Then I blinked, and he was gone. No fade, no step away, just gone. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the sun came up, I opened the curtains and looked out. Nothing there. The garden looked normal. My bedroom is on the second floor, no balcony, no roof ledge, no tree branches nearby. The outside wall is just plain brick. I looked down at the grass, hoping to see footprints or mud or literally anything. Clean. I told my mom at breakfast. She laughed. Not in a mean way, just like it was one of those teenager with an overactive imagination moments. My dad barely looked up from his phone. I didn't push it. Next night, I stayed up. I didn't tell them that. I just waited, pretended to sleep. I set an alarm for 2:15 just in case, but I didn't need it. I was already wide awake when the tapping started. Same pattern, same sound, same second floor window, and he was there again. Same position, same back facing me, still as stone. His head was slightly tilted this time, like he was listening to something inside the room, not moving, just angled, like he could hear my breath. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I waited. This time I grabbed my phone from under the pillow and started recording. I knew the video would be dark, but maybe I could catch something. I didn't want to turn on a light. I didn't want to interrupt it. I just wanted proof that something was there. I recorded for maybe 2 minutes. Then I blinked, and he was gone again. The tapping had stopped, too. In the morning, I checked the video. All I could see was darkness. I scrubbed through the audio faint clicks, but it could have been anything. The moment I blinked and he vanished, I swear I heard something like a low breath, but when I replayed it, I couldn't find the sound. I showed my dad. He didn't laugh. He watched the screen quietly, then asked what time it happened. I told him. 2:17. He nodded and got up. Didn't say anything else. Later that night, I heard him setting up the outside security camera. I watched him from the upstairs window. He mounted it on the back wall, pointing up at the window. When I asked what he was doing, he just said, "Let's find out." I thought maybe now we'd get somewhere. That night, I didn't stay up. I tried to sleep like normal. I woke up at 2:17 anyway. No tapping this time. I looked at the window, curtains still drawn, nothing moving. The silence felt heavy though, like something was just beyond it, holding its breath. In the morning, I came downstairs and found my dad in the living room, just sitting there with the camera feed on his laptop. He looked different, pale, angry, but not at me. Like something had changed behind his eyes. I asked what he saw. He didn't answer right away. Then he said, "It's not a man." That's all he said. I asked again, pushed, begged. He stood up and walked away. Half an hour later, he was outside with a toolbox, boarding up the window from the outside. He covered it with thick plywood, drilled straight into the brick. Then he came inside and did the same on the inside, hammered the boards over the frame until no light came through. That night, I didn't sleep. Not because I was scared, but because around 2:17, I heard it again. Tapping. Not on the window, but from inside the wall. The tapping didn't stop, not after the window was boarded up. It just moved. First, it was faint, like it didn't quite know where to go. It sounded like someone trying to knock through layers of insulation. Then it got more focused, sharper. It came from the inside wall, the one beside my bed, where the window used to be. Not loud. Just enough to wake me, just enough to remind me it was still there. I didn't tell anyone for a few days. I didn't want to give it attention. I kept trying to pretend it was over, that maybe it was just some weird mechanical echo or something stupid like pipes shifting. But pipes don't tap in perfect rhythm. Pipes don't come at exactly 2:17 in the morning, every night, without fail. I stopped sleeping properly. My parents didn't ask why. My dad barely looked at me anymore. He went quiet after the camera. He kept to himself. He wouldn't talk about what he saw. Every time I brought it up, his jaw would set like he was trying to hold something in. My mom still acted like it wasn't a big deal. I think she was trying to protect me in her own way, trying to hold on to some version of normal. But you can't pretend things are fine when the walls are tapping in the middle of the night. One evening I came home from school and found my dad in the garage. He was going through old boxes, pulling out tools, wiring, things I hadn't seen him touch in years. I asked him what he was doing, and he just muttered something about making sure. I didn't press him. But that night, I noticed a small black box had been mounted near the top of my door frame. Tucked in, almost hidden, motion sensor. He had wired it into the hallway lighting system, and it triggered a soft red glow any time someone walked past. Except it didn't light up when I stood in front of it. It only ever turned on at night, at 2:17. It was small things like that, little changes, quiet signs that my dad believed me now, maybe even more than I did, but he didn't want to say it out loud. Like if he kept it all in his head, it couldn't get worse. But I could feel it pressing in on all of us. My room felt smaller, thicker, like the air near that boarded-up window was denser than the rest. Like whatever used to stand outside had found a way to stay close. Then the dreams started. At first, they were just flashes, a shape at the end of the hall, a tapping sound coming from under the bed. Once, I dreamed I was lying in my room and the tapping wasn't at the window or the wall, but from underneath the floorboards, rhythmic, like someone trying to sound out a pattern. When I woke up, I was soaked in sweat, and my feet were freezing cold. I looked down and the blanket was bunched near my waist, like it had been pulled down, not kicked, pulled. The next night, I woke up at 2:17 again. The tapping was gone. That should have made me feel better. But the silence was worse, because silence doesn't mean it's over. Silence means it's waiting. I stared at the boarded-up window, then turned toward the wall. That's when I saw it. There was a crack. Small, running between the edge of the panel and the drywall. It hadn't been there before. A thin, dark line. When I leaned closer, I saw something behind it. Movement. Like shifting shadows. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, just my eyes adjusting, but then I leaned in further and heard something. Breathing. Not mine, not my parents'. Something deep, slow, like someone sleeping behind the wall. I didn't scream, I just backed away, got under the covers, and stayed absolutely still. The next morning the crack was gone, or at least I couldn't see it anymore. My dad didn't mention anything when he came to check on me. He looked tired, older than I remembered, like something had been slowly hollowing him out. Later that day, I went looking for the camera footage, the one he had watched that night. He had saved the files onto a thumb drive and put it in his desk drawer. I shouldn't have taken it, I know that. But I needed to see. I needed to know what he had seen. Maybe then I could make sense of it. Maybe then I could feel like I wasn't going insane. I waited until everyone was asleep, then plugged it into my laptop. The file was labeled simply with the date, no title, no note. I clicked play. It showed the side of the house, angled up toward my bedroom window. The frame was still visible, not yet boarded. The night was clear, no wind, nothing unusual. The footage ran smooth. Then, right at 2:17, something stepped into view. It was shaped like a man, but it wasn't moving like one. It didn't walk. It leaned forward and unfolded from the shadow, like it had been hanging there weightless, and then let go. It turned its back to the window, perfectly upright, head tilted back slightly as if listening, but its limbs were wrong, too long in some places, too stiff in others. Like it was mimicking what a person looked like from memory, but hadn't gotten the proportions right. And it was humming, barely audible through the static of the mic feed, but there, a low, reedy tune, like it was trying to soothe something. or call something. It stood there for over 10 minutes, completely still. Then the feed glitched. Just once, a flicker. And when it came back, it was gone. I closed the file. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I didn't mention the footage to anyone. I just returned the drive and waited, because I finally understood something. It wasn't just standing at the window. It was learning how to get in. I started sleeping on the floor of my brother's old room after that. He'd gone off to uni a year ago and left the bed stripped bare, his posters half peeled from the walls, the room echoing like it didn't remember anyone had lived there. But the window faced the front garden, not the back. That felt safer. The curtains were thin and useless, but at least there wasn't a boarded panel on the wall, breathing under the surface. I didn't tell my parents I'd moved. My dad must have noticed. He didn't say anything. I think part of him was relieved, like maybe whatever it was wouldn't follow me into a different room. Or maybe he knew that was false hope and didn't have the energy to tell me otherwise. The first night I slept there, I left the door cracked open, just a little. The hallway light was off, but I liked having the line of air, the knowledge that the space outside wasn't fully shut out. I fell asleep around midnight, dead tired from 2 straight weeks of waking up in the middle of the night and lying still for hours. I told myself maybe this was it. Maybe switching rooms was enough. Maybe distance made a difference. Then I woke up at 2:17. Not to tapping, but to footsteps. They were soft, but they had that unmistakable pattern. A heel, a shift, a pause, like someone walking barefoot across the carpet outside the door. The hall was old, creaky. You could always hear when someone moved at night, which is how I knew it wasn't my dad. His steps were heavy, dragging. This was light, precise. The kind of walking you do when you're trying not to wake anyone. I didn't move. My eyes were already open. The door was still cracked, just a sliver. And in that sliver, I saw something stop outside the room. No breathing, no shadows, just stillness. It stayed there for a long time. Too long. Then the light changed, very slightly, like someone moved their hand in front of a lamp. Just a flicker, a small interruption, and then the sound started. It was faint, almost like humming again, but not a tune this time. More like a low murmuring, words maybe, but in a language I didn't know, the cadence of something repeated, learned, not spoken for the first time. It made my skin crawl. Then the crack in the door darkened. Something leaned into it. No face, just a shape. I couldn't see features, just the idea of something staring. I shut my eyes. Not because I thought it would go away, but because I didn't want to know what it would do if it saw me looking back. Eventually the sound stopped. When I opened my eyes again, the hall was empty. No footsteps walking away, just gone. The next morning, I went to the kitchen and found my dad already there. He was drinking his coffee in silence, staring out the window like he was watching for something. He looked worse, pale, exhausted. I asked if he'd heard anything last night. He didn't answer at first. Then he said he'd woken up around the same time, said the hallway light had flickered, nothing more. He wouldn't look at me. We ate breakfast in silence. After that, I started keeping a notebook. Not because I thought it would help, but because I needed something to give the nights shape. If I could write it down, maybe I could understand it. Maybe I could find a pattern. Every night, I jotted down what time I woke up, what I heard, what I saw. Sometimes it was tapping. Sometimes the crack in the old wall would reappear just for a second, and I'd hear something shifting behind it. Once, I woke up with the feeling that something was standing just outside the window of my brother's room, even though we were on the second floor and the hedges below hadn't moved. The worst night was the one I still haven't written down fully. I tried. I opened the notebook and sat there staring at the page for almost an hour, but writing it down made it feel too real. It started normal. Woke up at 2:17, nothing at first, then a low creaking sound, like something dragging its fingers across the baseboards. Not fast, just a slow scrape. I stayed still, focused on breathing evenly. Then the scrape stopped, and something started speaking. From under the bed, not a full voice, just a whisper. It said my name. Not loud, just enough. The kind of whisper that feels like it's right next to your skin. I didn't move. I didn't even cry. I just waited. It stopped after maybe a minute. The next morning, when I finally got the courage to check, there was nothing there. But the edge of the carpet was folded back, like someone had peeled it away and then flattened it down again. After that, I stopped sleeping upstairs. I moved into the lounge, brought my blanket and pillow, told my parents it was just a phase, that I couldn't sleep near the old room. My mum finally admitted it creeped her out too. Said she'd started hearing things from the wall late at night. Said she'd seen my dad standing in the hallway once, just staring at the boarded-up window, not moving, not blinking. When she asked what he was doing, he didn't answer. She thought he was asleep. Sleepwalking, maybe. But when she mentioned it later, he didn't remember. She told me all this in a whisper, like the house was listening. I asked if she thought we should leave. She said quietly that it might already be too late. That's when I knew she'd heard it too. The whisper. Her name. Coming from inside the walls. There was a day, about a week after I moved into the lounge, where I finally asked him directly. My dad, I mean. I waited until we were alone, which wasn't easy anymore. He didn't spend much time in the open parts of the house. He'd wake early, leave for errands that took all day, then come back after dark and disappear into the garage or his study. He barely touched his dinner. He looked thinner. His eyes had taken on this hollow, recessed look, like he was watching something just over your shoulder. But I caught him one afternoon while he was standing at the sink, rinsing out a mug that had gone cold hours ago. I said his name softly, like I was testing the ice beneath us. He didn't turn. I asked what he saw that night on the camera, not the way he'd brushed it off before. I said it clearly. What did you see that made you board up the window and stop sleeping? He stood there for a long time, still holding the mug. Then he set it down and finally looked at me. His face wasn't angry, just tired, like the weight of not telling had sunk too deep to climb out of. He said it wasn't the shape that scared him, it was the movement. He said the thing outside the window didn't blink, not once, not in 10 minutes, and it didn't breathe. It wasn't just still, it was hollow, like it was being held in place by something else, like it didn't belong in this world, but had found a way to imitate a man well enough to get close. I asked what it did when it disappeared, because in the video, it just blinked out. No walking, no fading, just gone. He said the frame flickered, and when it returned, there was a reflection in the glass. Not of the garden behind it, but of a different room. Our room. From inside. I didn't understand. He said it again. When the feed came back, the reflection in the window showed the inside of the house, my bedroom. It showed me asleep. It shouldn't have. The window was facing the garden, but the reflection was of my bed, my head on the pillow, my chest rising and falling, and something else standing over me. It wasn't shaped like the thing at the window, not quite. This one was more fluid, taller. Its arms hung low, too low. It leaned over me but didn't touch, just watched. And the weirdest part, the part that made him shut the laptop and never speak of it again, was that when I moved in my sleep, the thing moved with me, like it had known I would shift, like it was waiting. He looked at me, and I could see something raw in his eyes, not fear, shame. I asked him how long it had been happening. He said nothing. Then finally, he whispered that it started with him. Not recently. When he was a boy. He said the house used to belong to his parents, that he grew up in the same bedroom, same window, that when he was 12, he used to wake up to tapping sounds. He remembered thinking it was the wind. Then one night, he saw a figure outside the glass, same as me, same shape, standing with its back turned. He ran to his dad, but they told him it was a nightmare. It stopped after that. Or maybe he stopped looking. Years later, after his parents passed, he moved back in with my mom. He said he never thought about the window again. Not until I started describing the tapping. Then it all came back, the memory. The shape, the angle of its head. He said it skipped him. Came back for me instead. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to be angry, but the look on his face was the kind of quiet terror that can't be faked, the kind of fear that ages someone. He said he boarded up the window because he thought maybe it would help, maybe he could stop the pattern, but when the tapping moved to the wall, he knew it didn't care about the glass. It was just using it to get close. I asked why he hadn't told me sooner. He said he thought ignoring it would protect me, that maybe if I didn't believe, it couldn't come through. We sat in silence for a long time. After that conversation, I couldn't stay still. I started digging, not in a dramatic way, just small things. I went through the attic, pulled out old photo albums, found pictures of my dad in that room, by that window, aged maybe 10 or 11. Nothing strange in the background, just normal childhood stuff. But there was one photo, a blurry Polaroid of him asleep, taken from the doorway. In the far corner of the room by the baseboard, the wallpaper looked off, warped, as if something had been pressed against the wall from the inside. I found old newspaper clippings in a box. One was about a missing boy who lived down the street in the early 1970s. He'd vanished from his room. No signs of forced entry. Parents said he'd had night terrors about someone knocking from behind the walls. Another clipping showed a fire in a house 3 blocks over. A family of 3 escaped. The daughter said she'd been sleepwalking toward the woods when she turned back and saw a man in her bedroom window from outside, even though they lived on the 3rd floor. I kept reading, kept digging, And the more I looked, the more I started to think that maybe this wasn't just a haunting. Maybe it was something older, something that followed people through blood. My dad never wanted to pass this on, but he didn't know how to stop it. The more I learned, the less I slept. I wasn't trying to prove anything anymore. Not to my parents, not to myself. I already knew something was wrong, something that didn't belong, something that moved in the cracks between sleep and waking. What I was trying to understand was why. Why my room? Why that hour? Why the shape had been the same across generations, as if it wasn't a person at all, but a pattern repeating itself, like it had attached to our house and found new ways to keep itself fed. Not with violence, but with attention, with fear. Every question I asked led to silence. My dad would shift in his chair, rub his hands like he was cold, and tell me not to go digging too far. That the answers weren't helpful, but I think he knew the damage had already been done. You can't warn someone about a window after they've already looked through it. I went to the local library 2 towns over, hoping to find property records older than what we had in the attic. The house had been in my dad's family since the 1940s, but it was built decades before that. The librarian was kind, maybe a bit curious about why a teenager wanted to read up on land transfers from the late 1800s. I just told her it was for school. She pointed me toward the microfilm archive and showed me how to load the reels. It was slow work, frame by frame, but something about that quiet hum of the machine made it easier to focus. Like I was tuning the world out while looking for the one thread that might explain what had slipped into our walls. I found an entry from the year 1897, a death notice, no obituary, just a brief line in the corner of a local paper, almost like it had been added at the last minute. The boy's name was Thomas Eldridge, age 12, died at home, no known illness. The article didn't say much else, but there was a line that made my chest tighten. Found unresponsive near the eastern wall of the second-floor bedroom, which the family had boarded shut in previous winters due to persistent drafts and unusual settling noises. It was the exact wall my dad had sealed. That couldn't be a coincidence. I kept going. More articles, more names. Over the next 30 years, 3 more children from that street died in their homes, all aged between 10 and 13. All recorded as unexplained sudden deaths, no injuries, no illness. Each time the obituary mentioned sleep, that they'd passed in their beds. One parent had been quoted in a longer article. She described a feeling of heaviness in the house, said her son had complained of hearing someone calling his name through the walls. She said they'd told him it was a dream. I left the library with copies of every article I could get. It wasn't hard to hide them from my parents. They were barely speaking to each other by that point. My mom had started sleeping in the spare room, the one closest to the stairs. She kept a lamp on all night. My dad had gone further inward, locking his office door when he was inside and leaving it locked even when he wasn't. I heard him pacing some nights. Not frantic, just slow and steady, like he was counting something with each step. I asked if he was okay. He said yes, but he didn't meet my eyes when he said it. That week, I started to hear the tapping again. Even in the lounge, even through the floor. It wasn't like before, though. It wasn't just a warning. It felt like a check-in, like something was making sure I hadn't forgotten. And when I started sleeping with the light on, it moved. First to the hallway, then to the boiler closet, then to the air vent near the baseboard. It was patient, never loud, just persistent. One night, I heard the hallway floor creak and opened my eyes just in time to see my dad standing outside the lounge doorway. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking down the hall, still, staring. When I whispered his name, he turned slowly and walked away without saying anything. The next morning, he was gone. No note, no text. His keys were on the table, his car still in the drive. My mom called the police after 24 hours, filed a report, said maybe he'd had a breakdown, maybe the stress had finally snapped something in him, but I knew better. I think she did too. That night, the hallway light didn't turn on like it usually did. I checked the sensor. It hadn't been tripped. But when I walked past it, the red light didn't come on for me either. Like it no longer cared if I was awake. It already knew. I tried watching the camera footage again, the old files, hoping to find something I'd missed, a clue. But when I opened the folder, every file had been renamed, not deleted, just retitled. Each one now had a date not from the past, but from the future. 6 entries, 6 nights. The final one was dated 6 days from now. The folder was locked. I couldn't open them. I went to my dad's office, picked the lock the way he used to show me when I was little, back when I thought safecracking was a fun trick and not a necessary skill. The room was empty, no papers, no books, just a notebook on the desk. One page was open. It had only 2 lines written in his handwriting. I should have told you sooner. They always want the same thing. I still don't know what that means. But now, every night, I sit in the lounge and stare at the door, waiting for 217. Because I think the next time it comes, it won't be at the window, and it won't be outside. It'll be here, already inside the walls. The night it ended wasn't dramatic. I want to be clear about that. There was no screaming, no explosion of noise, no final confrontation that wrapped everything in a bow. That's not how real fear works. It doesn't announce itself when it's finished. It just lets go. After dragging you across its floor for long enough, it opens the door and steps aside, and all that's left is the silence you crawl back into. It was the 6th night. The last file name on the drive, the one with the future date. I'd spent the entire day on edge, stomach too tight to eat, skin feeling too small for my body. I didn't know what to expect. I'd seen enough to understand that whatever this thing was, it didn't operate by the rules of time or physics or even presence. It was memory. It was repetition. A thing that fed not just on attention, but on routine, on predictability. My room at 217, my dad's window as a child. The generational echo of someone who wakes in the night, hears a sound, and looks toward something they shouldn't. I didn't go to sleep that night. I didn't even try. I sat in the lounge with every light on, the curtains drawn, the front door locked 3 different ways, and waited. I had the notebook on my lap. My dad's words written at the top of the page. They always want the same thing. I didn't know what that meant until later, until I understood what the house had been hiding all along. At exactly 2:17, the hallway light turned off. Not flickered, not dimmed, just cut, dead. Then I heard the door at the end of the hall creak, the one to my old room. the one that had been shut since the day the boards went up. I hadn't touched that door since my dad disappeared. It still had dust around the edges, still had his tools leaned against the wall beside it, like he was planning to go back in, but never did. I stood up and walked toward it. Each step felt like it was being measured, not by me, by it, like it had been waiting for me to decide. Like the act of walking toward that door was what it had been watching for this whole time. I reached the knob and paused. It wasn't cold, just heavy. When I turned it, it opened too easily. No resistance. No creak. Inside, the room was untouched, dark, but the kind of dark that doesn't feel natural, like the shadows are thicker in certain corners, drawn there by something old. The boards were still on the window, but the wall beside it, the one I had seen the crack in now, had a mark. A line, thin, sliced open like the edge of a curtain, and it was breathing. I know how that sounds. I do. But I could see it. The drywall expanding, retracting, soft as lungs. There was no sound, not even the usual tapping, just a low pressure in the air, like being deep underwater, the kind of quiet that feels alive. I walked over and put my hand on the wall, and I spoke to it. I told it that I knew, that I had seen the old records, that I knew about Thomas Eldridge and the children after him, and the way this thing had moved through generations like a rot, passed down without name. And I told it no. I said it out loud. No. It didn't react at first. Then the wall exhaled, long and slow, and the breath wasn't warm. It was freezing, like the kind of cold you feel inside your teeth. Then the line in the wall began to close. Not fast, but like it was sealing itself off. Like it had been offered something and was turning it down. When it finished, the pressure lifted. The air cleared, and I knew it was over. I left the room, shut the door, and slept for the first time in weeks. Real sleep. No tapping. No dreams. No sound. The next morning, my mom was already in the kitchen, smiling for the first time in what felt like months. She asked if I had slept well. I said yes. We didn't talk about it. We didn't have to. The weight in the house was gone. A week later, I went back into the room. The wall was smooth. The boards on the window were loose. I took them down myself. Outside, the garden looked brighter. I opened the glass and let the breeze in. And that was it. My dad never came back. We never found anything. No footprints, no sightings, no clues. Just his keys on the table, like he had known he wasn't coming back and left the house to me. Maybe that's what he meant. Maybe that was what it always wanted, for someone to walk into it willingly, to acknowledge it without fear. Maybe he gave it what it needed so I wouldn't have to. I still think about the timing. 2:17 in the morning. Every night. Same moment. Like it was measuring something. Testing who would wake and who would pretend not to. I don't know what would have happened if I'd ignored it completely. If none of us had looked. If no one had ever passed it on. But I do know this. Some houses don't want to be fixed. They want to be seen. They want you to look directly at what's wrong and sit with it. And if you don't, if you laugh it off, or board it up, or tell your kids it's just a dream, it waits. And when the time is right, it taps again. Not to scare you, but to remind you that it never left. But in our house, it's quiet now. And I don't wake up at 2:17 anymore. I hadn't thought about her in years. Not really. Not more than a flicker, like seeing an old show on TV you forgot you used to love. She was a part of my early childhood, sure. But so were juice boxes and plastic dinosaurs. They all fade eventually. You don't carry that stuff with you unless something forces it back. My name's Marcus. I'm 26 now. I live alone in a one-bedroom just outside Cincinnati. I've got a steady job, a cat named Pickle, and a tendency to overwater my plants. Normal stuff. Routine. Until last month, nothing in my life had ever felt like a mystery. But then the card showed up. No return address, no postage, just a plain cream envelope tucked into the gap between my front door and the frame. It must have been hand-delivered. I would have noticed it otherwise. It was the day before my birthday. Inside, a birthday card with a cartoon rabbit holding balloons, the kind you'd buy at a gas station. Not funny, not sentimental, just there. And it was signed Love Bugs. That was her nickname, not mine, hers. Bugs. She used to sign every note she left me with that name. Be back by 9, love Bugs. Mac and cheese in the microwave, love Bugs. She'd draw a little heart next to it. I hadn't thought of that handwriting in decades, but the second I saw it, my stomach tightened. It was exactly the same. The same looping B. The same slanted G. It didn't feel like imitation. It felt like her. Her full name was Sarah McIntyre, but I only ever knew her as Bugs. She was 16 when she started babysitting me. I was 6. My parents both worked late shifts, and she lived 2 doors down. Quiet girl, tall, wore denim jackets, and carried a keychain with a rubber duck on it. She smelled like vanilla lip balm and laundry detergent. I remember that. She was the first person I ever trusted outside my family. And then she vanished. One day she didn't show up, and the next thing I remember is my mom crying in the kitchen while the news played in the background. Her parents were calling around. The cops got involved. I was too young to understand all of it, but I remember them checking sheds, opening garbage bins, people walking through fields in matching vests. They never found her. Not a trace. The only thing they ever said on the news was that her bedroom window had been open, and her backpack was still on the floor. No signs of a struggle, no suspects, just silence. Then a small memorial a few months later, then nothing. We moved the year after. New house, new town. My parents said it was for work, but I think the whole street felt different after she disappeared, like whatever had taken her was still floating just behind the walls. We never talked about her again. Until now. I held the card in my hands for almost 10 minutes before I even opened it. I kept flipping it over, looking for a clue, a smudge, a stain, some hint that it was a prank or a mistake, but it was clean. Neat. Inside there was only one line. You're taller now. You used to cry when I left the room. That was true. I don't remember much about being 6, but I do remember following her around like a puppy. I hated when she left me alone, even for a second. I'd stand at the bathroom door until she came out. I sat down on the edge of the couch and read it again. Then I threw it in a drawer. I didn't sleep well that night. Every creak in the building felt heavier. Every passing car sounded like footsteps. The next morning, I checked the door. Nothing new. No one had touched the mat. The hallway camera didn't pick up anything. I asked the downstairs neighbor if they saw anyone drop something off. They said no. Didn't even know it had been my birthday. I tried to forget it. Tried to write it off. A weird joke. A mistake. But I couldn't shake it. Especially not the handwriting. So I did what anyone would do. I Googled her. There's not much about Sarah McIntyre online. A few articles from 20 years ago. A missing person page that hasn't been updated since I was still losing baby teeth. A blurry yearbook photo from her sophomore year. She looked older than I remembered. Serious, but it was her. Bugs. There's a comment on one of the articles from someone claiming to be a cousin. They wrote that the family had moved away. Said they stopped talking about her because it never led anywhere good. I didn't reach out. What would I even say? Hi, I think your dead cousin dropped a birthday card at my door. It didn't feel right. Still doesn't. And yet, every day since then I've checked the front door. I can't help it. My body just does it now, like muscle memory. 5 days went by, nothing new. Until this morning. Another envelope. Same cream paper. Same handwriting. Different card. This one had a bear holding a cupcake. I stood there in the hallway for a long time before opening it. Inside. I'm almost ready to come back. Signed again. Love, Bugs. I didn't go to work the day the second card showed up. I didn't even call in. I just sat at my kitchen table with both envelopes in front of me and let the hours pass. The sun moved from one side of the apartment to the other, while Pickle circled my legs like she knew something was off. I gave her food, fed her twice by accident, still couldn't eat myself. The second message haunted me worse than the first. I'm almost ready to come back. It was the word almost that got under my skin. Not just a memory, not just someone playing with old pain. That word meant the sender had a plan, a timeline, something specific in mind. I told myself it could still be a sick joke. But only someone who knew her would even remember the nickname. Bugs. It wasn't public. It wasn't online. The news never mentioned it. I checked again just to be sure. All the old articles just called her Sarah. No mention of the pet names or what she meant to me. That was private. And whoever left these cards knew it. I opened a folder on my laptop and created a new document. I titled it Sarah Cards. I listed the dates, the handwriting details, even the postures of the cartoon animals. I don't know why. I think I just needed to do something. Later that night, I called my mom. She sounded tired but happy to hear from me. I hadn't told her it was my birthday. She forgot, but I didn't blame her. She always says dates blend together the older you get. I asked her if she remembered Sarah. There was a pause. Of course, she said. Why? Do you ever think about her? Another pause. Sometimes, why are you bringing this up now? I could tell she was guarding something, a shift in tone I hadn't heard in years. I found some old stuff, I said. Notes she left, little things. Oh, a beat. Well, you two were close. Did she ever talk to you about anything weird before she disappeared? Marcus, no. Why are you asking? No reason, just thinking about the past. She didn't push it, but she sounded unsettled, like I had knocked something loose she had worked hard to box up. We talked a little longer, mostly about the cat and the weather, then hung up. I stared at my ceiling for hours before sleep finally came. When I woke up the next morning, I already knew what I needed to do. I had to go back. Not back to my hometown, just to the house. The one we left when I was 7. I still remembered the address. It was burned in my brain next to things like my childhood phone number and the smell of laundry days. I punched it into my GPS and drove out early before I could change my mind. It took about 40 minutes. The neighborhood hadn't changed much. The trees were bigger, the houses more worn, but it all felt exactly the same. That kind of eerie sameness you only get in places that never fully move on. My old street was quiet. Every driveway had a car. Every lawn was just slightly overgrown. It looked lived in, but not cared for. Our house was still there. A squat beige thing with cracked steps and peeling shutters. I parked across the street and stayed in the car, unsure of what I was even doing. Then the front door opened. A woman stepped out, mid-50s, maybe older, hair in a loose braid. She glanced toward me, then walked to the mailbox, pulled out a few letters, and went back inside. I waited. Then I got out. I crossed the street slowly. My heart was pounding, but I felt like I had to see it again. I stepped up to the porch and looked at the front door. I had stood here as a kid, waited for bugs to show up. I remembered her voice, the way she used to sing off-key on purpose just to make me laugh. I remembered her hand on my shoulder, the bracelets she used to wear, all thin metal and plastic charms that jingled when she moved. I rang the bell. The woman answered a few seconds later. She looked at me, cautious. "Hi," I said. "Sorry to bother you. I know this is strange. I used to live here when I was a kid. I'm trying to remember something." Her expression didn't soften, but she didn't close the door either. "When was that?" "About 20 years ago. My name's Marcus." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "I moved in 18 years ago. We bought it from a family that left in a hurry." "That was us," I said. She looked past me like she was thinking about closing the door now. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I just wanted to ask, has anything weird ever happened here?" Her face didn't change, but she stepped outside, lowered her voice. "There's a crawl space behind the upstairs closet. Did you know that?" I shook my head slowly. Previous owners never mentioned it. We didn't even find it until the ceiling fan in the bedroom started shorting out. "What was in it?" "Nothing," she said. "Just dust and something scratched into the inside of the wall." "What did it say?" She paused. Then she said, "You used to cry when I left the room." I felt everything inside me go cold. I thanked her and left. I drove home without the radio on. I didn't want sound. I needed silence to sort out what had just happened. I kept replaying the woman's voice in my head, the way she said it. "You used to cry when I left the room." It wasn't just that she repeated what was written in the card. It was how casual she was about it, like it was just something you find scratched into drywall sometimes, like she hadn't considered who might have written it. I knew who had written it. There was no one else it could have been. Sarah Buggs had said that to me more than once. She'd said it like a joke, with a grin and a toss of her hair. "You're getting better," she'd say, "but you still cry when I leave the room." I used to get embarrassed, tell her I didn't cry anymore, and she'd say, "Not outside, maybe." But the inside still sniffs a little. It was such a weird thing to say. I had forgotten it until the card brought it back. And now that phrase had followed me all the way to adulthood, through a scratched wall in a crawl space I never knew existed. I pulled into my apartment complex and sat in the parking lot for a while before going in. The sky was starting to turn that dull evening gray, the time when shadows seemed to stretch a little too long. Pickle was waiting at the door like always, tail flicking in annoyance that I was late with dinner. I fed her, opened a can of soup for myself, and ate it in silence. Later that night, I pulled out an old box from the back of my closet. It was filled with stuff from when I was a kid, yearbooks, a plastic medal from a fun run I barely remembered, a few drawings with clumsy handwriting. In the middle of it all was a crumpled envelope with my name written in big purple letters. I recognized the handwriting right away. It was hers. Inside the envelope was a drawing she had made for me. I remembered this now. It was on my birthday, the year before she vanished. She had drawn us both as stick figures holding balloons. I was wearing a paper crown. She had drawn herself with big hoop earrings and labeled her figure Bugs. In the corner of the page she had written, "Don't forget your secret fort." I had no memory of a secret fort. I stared at the drawing for a long time, trying to force something to surface, but it didn't work. I put the picture aside and went to bed. That night, I dreamed about the old house, not how it looked now, but how it looked back then, the orange carpet in the living room, the lumpy brown couch, the tall lamp that used to hum when it was on too long. In the dream, I was 6 again. Bugs was babysitting. She was heating up chicken nuggets, and I was pulling at her sleeve, asking to go into the closet fort. She said, "Not until the movie's over." In the dream, I walked away from the kitchen and opened the hallway closet by myself. I stepped inside. It was dark, but I wasn't scared. I pushed at the back wall, and it gave way to a tiny space. I crawled through and sat down. There were pillows inside, a flashlight, a notebook with stars drawn all over the cover. Then someone else was in the fort with me. Not Bugs. Something taller. Watching. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat. My hands were clenched around the blanket, and my nails had dug into my palm. I hadn't had a nightmare like that in years. The next morning, there was another envelope. Same cream paper. Same careful handwriting. Same rabbit on the card. This one said, "You've forgotten the closet, but I haven't." I almost dropped it. I read it again and again, hoping it would change. It didn't. The dream hadn't come out of nowhere. She remembered that space. She remembered the fort. And somehow, She knew I was remembering it too. I called my mom again. She sounded groggy. I must have caught her just after waking. "Hey," I said, "quick question. When we lived in the old house, did I have a closet fort?" She was quiet for a second. "Oh," she said, "that. You remember that?" "Just barely." "You were obsessed with it for a few weeks," she said. "That and Sarah were the only things you talked about." I swallowed. "Did you ever see it? The fort?" "No," she said. "It was in the hall closet, right? You used to crawl in there with a flashlight. I didn't think anything of it." "Did Sarah ever go in there with me?" "I think so. Maybe once or twice." "Did I ever say anything weird about it?" Another pause. "There was one time," she said, "you came out crying and said the wall was moving. You told me someone was whispering. You were really upset. What did you do?" "I thought you were dreaming with your eyes open," she said. "You had done that before. You always had a wild imagination, Marcus." "Right," I said. We talked for another minute, but I barely heard her. My ears were ringing. After we hung up, I pulled out the cards and laid them side by side. There were 3 now, each one a little more direct, each one pulling me deeper into something I didn't understand. But I was starting to. I had forgotten the closet. I had forgotten the fort. But she hadn't. She remembered everything. 2 days passed without another card. That should have been a relief, but it wasn't. The silence felt heavier than the messages. When something arrives like clockwork and then stops, you start waiting for the break in the pattern to become the new pattern. You wonder if you've crossed some invisible threshold, if now she's watching and deciding what comes next. I didn't dream for 2 nights either, at least not that I remember. I went to bed wired and woke up groggy, my chest tight and my mouth dry. I started leaving my bedroom door open, something I hadn't done in years. Pickle kept hovering near it like she was waiting for something to come through. That didn't help. By the 3rd night, I gave up trying to sleep. I sat in the kitchen at 2 in the morning, rereading the birthday cards under the soft hum of the overhead light. I hadn't noticed before, but the 3rd card was written with a different pen. The first 2 were in black ink. The last one had a reddish tint, just barely noticeable. I thought about the message again. "You've forgotten the closet," but I haven't. I couldn't stop thinking about the woman who lived in the old house now, about what she said and, more importantly, what she didn't say. The scratch in the wall, the crawl space, her careful tone. I had to see it. That morning I drove back. The street looked the same as it had the first time, sleepy, sun-bleached, forgotten by progress. I parked 2 houses down and waited until just after 9. The lights were on in the kitchen window, which felt like a good sign. I walked up and knocked. This time she opened the door faster. She looked at me like she had expected me to come back. "I don't mean to bother you," I said, "but I need to ask something. Maybe more than ask." She waited. "That crawl space you mentioned, could I see it?" Her eyes narrowed, but she didn't look surprised. Instead, she stepped aside. "I haven't touched it since we last talked," she said. She led me upstairs. The hallway was narrower than I remembered, like the walls had thickened with age. The closet door was halfway open. She pointed at it and stood back. I stepped inside. It was just a regular hall closet, a few coats hanging on the rail. an old vacuum in the corner, but the back wall was different. The plaster had a seam. You would not notice it unless you were looking. I ran my hand along the edge. It moved under pressure. I turned and looked at her. She nodded. I pushed. The panel gave way. Behind it was a low opening, maybe 3 feet high. The space beyond was dark, unfinished, and smaller than I expected. I had to crouch to get in. The smell hit me immediately: dust, wood rot, and something else. Something sweet and sour at the same time. I clicked on the flashlight I had brought and scanned the space. It was about 6 feet wide, 5 feet deep, just enough room for a child to sit cross-legged or lie down. The floor was rough wood, covered in dust and old insulation. On the back wall, something was scratched into the beam with what looked like a key or nail. It said, "I am still here." Underneath, someone had drawn 3 small hearts. The second one was smudged, as if someone had touched it while the dust was still fresh. In the corner of the crawl space, near a broken piece of drywall, something caught the light. I reached for it slowly. It was a bracelet. Not fancy, just thin elastic with plastic letter beads. They spelled out, "Bugs." I sat back hard. The flashlight slipped from my hand and landed on the floor, throwing shadows across the beams. I stared at the bracelet for a long time before crawling out. She was still standing in the hallway. I held it up. Her face changed. "I thought it was yours," she said softly. I didn't say anything. I just nodded. I thanked her and left. Back in the car, I put the bracelet in the glove compartment. I didn't want it in my lap. I didn't want it touching me. Back home, I sat at the table and laid out the cards again. I put the bracelet beside them. Now there were 4 pieces. 4 signals from something I had been pretending not to believe in. I didn't sleep that night either. Around 3:45 in the morning, I started hearing a noise. Very soft, from inside the walls. Not footsteps, not voices. Just something like a slow tapping. Deliberate. Rhythmic. Like fingernails on drywall. I pressed my ear to the hallway wall near my bedroom. The tapping stopped. I held my breath. Nothing. Then, faintly, the sound again. Closer. Just once. Then silence. I stood there for another minute, heart pounding. Then I walked back to the kitchen. On the floor, near the front door, something had been slid under. Another envelope. Same cream paper. Same rabbit on the card. This one said, "I remember how you screamed when they tried to take me away." And at the bottom, in a rushed scrawl, "They didn't find the other wall." I didn't sleep after the 4th card. I didn't even try. I sat in the kitchen with the bracelet in one hand and the new card in the other. I read the last message over and over until the words felt like static in my brain. They didn't find the other wall. The phrase stuck with me because it wasn't vague. It was specific. Not another room, not another clue, another wall. That meant it existed, somewhere. Something real, something physical, something left behind in the house or maybe even in my memory. I knew I would have to go back again. That morning, I called the woman from the old house. I didn't even introduce myself this time. As soon as I said hello, She knew who it was. "I need to come back," I told her. She sighed, but she didn't say no. She just said, "Same time as before." I said yes. By the time I pulled into the neighborhood, my hands were shaking. She opened the door before I even knocked. Her eyes looked tired, like maybe she hadn't slept either. She didn't say anything. She just stepped aside and let me in. I brought a small toolkit with me this time, a flashlight, gloves, a short pry bar. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I knew it wasn't something sitting out in the open. If there was another wall, it would be sealed, hidden. I went straight to the hallway closet, opened the panel again, crawled into the crawl space and examined every inch of it with fresh eyes. It still smelled the same. Still felt like the air had gone stale sometime in the early 2000s and never moved again. But now I was looking differently. I ran my hands across the back wall, then the side walls, then the ceiling. At first, everything seemed solid, but when I tapped gently along the right side, near the floor, the sound changed. A hollow spot. I crouched lower and pressed my palm against it. The wood didn't flex, but it felt thinner. I took out the pry bar and started chipping at the seam. It wasn't easy. The board had been nailed in from the inside. That didn't make sense. No one builds like that. It was a cover-up, not construction. After 10 minutes, the panel came loose. Behind it there was a narrow space, maybe 3 feet wide and 4 feet deep, covered in dust and old insulation. And in the middle of that space, wedged against the back, was a small wooden box. It looked handmade, no lock, no hinges, just a sliding lid. I didn't open it right away. I sat there with it in my lap, feeling like I had picked up something with weight beyond its size, like it was holding a pressure I didn't understand, like if I opened it wrong, something would leak out. Eventually, I slid the lid off. Inside were 3 things. The first was a small flashlight, same brand and size as the one I remembered having as a kid. The plastic was cracked, the battery long dead. The second was a photograph, a Polaroid. It showed the inside of the crawl space, same angle, same walls, except in the photo there was someone sitting inside. It was Sarah. Bugs. She was crouched in the back corner, holding the flashlight, eyes wide, not smiling, just looking at whoever had taken the picture. And next to her was a second figure, not fully visible. Just an arm, a sliver of a shoulder, the edge of something pale. The third item in the box was a folded piece of lined notebook paper. I opened it carefully. The writing was messy, uneven. It read, "If they come, do not tell them where. They listen through the floor. Keep the door blocked. Keep the song out. Do not forget the code. He watches when you cry." There was no signature. I put the items back in the box and crawled out of the space slowly. The woman was still waiting in the hallway. I didn't explain what I had found. I just asked, "Have you ever heard music in this house, very late?" She stared at me a long time, then said, "Once, but I thought it was a dream." I nodded. Then I thanked her and left again. At home, I laid out the 3 cards, the bracelet, and the photo. I placed the note beside them. I didn't touch the flashlight. That night I dreamed again. I was in the crawl space, same as before. Only this time, I was older. I was sitting across from Sarah. She was still 16, exactly how I remembered her. She looked tired, dirt on her hands, dust in her hair, but she was calm. She held the Polaroid camera in her lap. "I told you not to cry," she said. I forgot, I told her. I never did. She looked past me, toward something in the dark. I turned. There was another wall, but it was breathing. I woke up at 4 in the morning. There was no tapping this time. Just a cold draft in the hallway, like a window had been left open. But everything was locked. No card under the door. No envelope on the floor. Just silence. The last card arrived a week later. I had almost started to believe it was over. The silence had stretched just long enough to feel like closure. No dreams, no tapping, no more strange drafts or cold spots in the hallway. I had even begun putting the cards and the bracelet away in a shoebox. Taping it shut like that might seal the feeling along with it. Then, early on a Sunday morning, I found a final envelope. It wasn't under the door this time. It was in my fridge, top shelf, right between the carton of eggs and a leftover container of noodles. I didn't scream. I didn't jump. I just stood there, letting the cold air roll out over my legs while my mind tried to rearrange itself around the fact that someone had been inside. The envelope was damp from the condensation. The card inside was different. No cartoon rabbit, no smiling animal. Just plain white, blank front. Inside, the handwriting was shakier. It read, "This is the last one. You found the wall. You remembered. You're safe now. Don't come back." Underneath in the corner was the name she always signed with. Bugs. I sat on the kitchen floor with the fridge still open behind me. I didn't cry. I didn't speak. I just held the card and let it sit heavy in my hands like the final piece of something that had taken 2 decades to finish. And then, for the first time in a long time, I felt still. Not peaceful, but still. Later that day, I went back to the house one last time. I didn't tell the woman I was coming. I brought the photo, the bracelet, the flashlight, and the note. I knocked, and she opened the door like she had been expecting me again. She didn't ask questions, just stood back and let me walk past her like I lived there. I climbed the stairs slowly. I opened the closet one more time. The crawl space was exactly as I'd left it, empty, quiet. I stepped inside and sat down in the far corner, legs folded, back to the beam. I laid the photo down on the floor, the bracelet next to it. I placed the flashlight in the middle, between them. Then I unfolded the note and read it one last time, letting the words settle again. When I left, I didn't take anything with me. I left the box behind, sealed in the same hollow space I had pulled it from, covered it up, screwed the panel back in place. Let it rest. On the way out, I finally asked the woman something I had been holding back for weeks. "Do you have kids?" She nodded slowly. "2. Do they ever use the closet?" "No," she said. "They're scared of it. Always have been." I nodded and stepped out onto the porch. The air smelled cleaner than usual. On the drive home, I didn't look in the rearview mirror. Back at my apartment, I threw out the shoebox, not in the trash bin, not in the chute. I took it down the street to a public dumpster and dropped it in, along with the envelope from the fridge. I deleted the photos I had taken, erased the notes on my laptop. The next day, I finally called my mom and told her everything. Not the strange parts, not the crawl space, not the breathing wall, but the important things. That Sarah hadn't run away, that she had left something behind, that someone somewhere still remembered her and wanted her memory to mean something. My mom was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "You always loved her, didn't you?" I said yes. "She loved you too," she said. "We could tell." And for the first time, she didn't try to explain it away. She didn't tell me it was imagination or trauma. She just let it be real. That night, I slept. Really slept. Deep and dark and dreamless. When I woke up, the apartment was warm. Light was coming through the blinds in long golden lines. Pickle was curled beside my legs, purring like nothing had ever gone wrong. There were no envelopes, no knocks, no music. I didn't check the fridge. I didn't have to. Some part of me knows it's done now, whatever it was, whoever she became in the space between then and now, whatever place she existed in, it had been trying to finish something, to reach someone, to tell the rest of the story. And it did. It told it to me. I carry it now, not as a fear, as a memory, a reminder that sometimes people don't vanish without reason, that sometimes the quiet ones leave echoes behind, hoping someone will listen when the rest of the world forgets. She wasn't trying to scare me. She was trying to be remembered. And now, every year on my birthday, I'll light a small candle by the window. I won't speak her name out loud, but I'll think it, and I'll whisper it once, just inside my head. Love, Bugs. I didn't notice it the first few nights. You tune out a lot working third shift sirens, delivery vans, drunk arguments bleeding out of open windows. So, when I first heard the music, I assumed it was someone's phone, or a car parked too long with the radio on. It was faint, weirdly slow, like the sound had to travel farther than it should have. But it kept coming. Always at 4:02 in the morning. Not 4. Not around 4. 4:02. I only started keeping track because I'm up anyway, coffee in one hand, waiting for my eggs to finish frying. I work at support from home, and my hours are flipped. I sleep during the day, live mostly in the dark, same as raccoons and people with unfinished grief. The music was always the same, that old ice cream truck jingle. You know, the one, those plinking carousel-style notes, only this version was wrong, slower, warped, like it was dragging itself through water, and even worse, it didn't fade in or out, it just started, full volume, right at 4:02, played for exactly 2 minutes, then stopped like someone cut the cord. At first I thought it was a prank, or maybe one of those cursed viral marketing things, but this isn't that kind of neighborhood. My street's a cul-de-sac in Camden, New Jersey, the kind with cracked sidewalks and leaning mailboxes. Quiet, low income. No one around here has the energy for a prank that's consistent. And besides, no kids live on this block. None. I checked. I live alone in a semi-detached with a single window that faces the street. That's how I started watching. I set a reminder on my phone, 4:01 a.m., just in case. And sure enough, at 4:02, the music started. I stood at the window and waited. That's when I saw it. The truck wasn't a cartoon-colored van like you see in the suburbs. It was dull white, chipped, with red trim and faded stickers on the side. The kind that used to have a smiling mascot, but the face had been scraped off, replaced with a blank circle, just eyes and a line for a mouth. It moved slow, too slow, like it wasn't driving, like it was gliding. It stopped at the same spot in front of number 16. That house has been empty since I moved in. The windows are boarded, the yard's mostly dirt and weeds, no lights, no furniture. But the truck always stops there, for exactly 2 minutes. That first night I leaned in closer, trying to see who was behind the wheel. The cab was dim. I almost thought it was empty. Then the driver looked up, straight at me. He was tall, even sitting, you could tell. Long neck, pale face, big, round eyes. But what got me was how wet he looked. His skin was shiny, like plastic under rain. His lips were too red. And he didn't blink, just stared. Right into the window, right into me. The music ended. He drove off. I didn't move for a long time, I don't know why. Just kept standing there, staring at the empty street. It wasn't fear exactly. Just this stillness, like if I moved too fast, the moment would rewind. I went to bed and didn't tell anyone. Next night, I didn't set a reminder. Didn't need to. My body woke me at 4:01 without asking. And again, at 4:02 music, slowed, warped, full volume. I didn't look out the window this time. I couldn't. The night after that, I caved. Curiosity beats fear when you live alone long enough. I watched from behind the curtain, same truck, same house, same stop. But this time, the driver didn't look at me. He looked up the street, toward the end of the cul-de-sac. I followed his gaze. There was nothing there. But I swear I saw movement in the corner of my eye. A flicker, like someone ducking out of sight behind a bush. That was 2 nights ago. And this morning when I checked my mailbox, there was something waiting for me. Not a letter, not a package, just a melted ice cream cone balanced on a paper plate, half vanilla, half something greenish. And sticking out of the top, a tooth, small, white, clean, a child's. I stared at it for a long time. Then I threw it all in the bin and poured bleach over the top. I haven't called anyone. Who would I even call? There's no license plate. No one else is awake at 4 in the morning. The truck doesn't come at normal hours. No kids live on the block. but the truck keeps coming. 4:02. Every night. And I know deep down under the part of me that still believes in logic that it's not trying to sell anything. It's looking. The cone in the tooth messed me up more than I thought it would. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. I sat in the kitchen with the lights off, watching the street through the window blinds like I was waiting for something worse to show up. I kept trying to tell myself it was just a prank. Someone knew I'd been watching. Maybe I had a neighbor who thought it would be funny to lean into the weirdness. But I don't talk to my neighbors. Not because I'm antisocial. I just work nights, sleep days, and by the time I'm up and alert, everyone else is already inside, winding down or putting their kids to bed. I know maybe 2 names on this block. No one here knows me well enough to mess with me like that. And no kid I've ever seen is small enough to lose a tooth that size. By 9 that morning, the cone was gone. I dumped it into a plastic bag, tied it up, and tossed it in the bin with the bleach-soaked paper plate. I scrubbed my mailbox out with dish soap and hot water like it was diseased. I didn't even check my post. I didn't tell anyone. But that night, I watched again. Not because I wanted to, because it felt worse not to. At exactly 4:02, the music started. Same warped tune, same dragging tempo, same sudden stop at the middle of the block. I stayed back from the window this time, just far enough to see without being seen. The truck stopped outside number 16 again. But the driver never looked up. He just sat still in the cab, head slightly tilted toward the passenger seat. I couldn't see what was there, just the top of something red, like fabric. After 2 minutes, the truck rolled on. I counted every second. I waited another 10 before I finally exhaled. And then I did something stupid. I stepped outside. It was nearly 5 by then. The sky was starting to pale, that weird, colorless stretch of time right before sunrise where everything feels off. The pavement was cold under my bare feet, but I didn't notice it until later. I walked slowly toward number 16. The truck was long gone, no sign of it, no tire marks on the street. But something had been left behind. A small puddle. Directly where the truck had stopped. Milky white, like melted soft serve, but thinner. And in the middle of it, something glinted. I crouched down. It was a charm. Like the kind kids used to clip onto bracelets or zippers. A tiny gold shoe, one of those rounded baby shoes, tarnished, slightly bent. No tag, no chain, just the charm, half sunken in the melted puddle. I didn't touch it. I went back inside, locked the door, and shoved a chair under the handle. I didn't sleep that morning either. That evening, I made a pot of coffee and stayed up through the night again. By midnight, I'd made a plan. I was going to follow the truck. Not forever, just once. I needed to know where it came from, where it went, if it stopped somewhere else, if anyone else saw it. If I was actually losing my mind, or if this thing was real and deliberate and watching more than just me. I didn't have a car, but I had a bike. It wasn't much. A second-hand mountain bike with a sticky front brake and a headlight that needed tightening, but it would do. I put on a hoodie and dark jeans, no reflectors. I kept the phone on silent in my back pocket. At 3:58 I wheeled the bike out the back door and walked it around the side, keeping to the shadows. At 4:02 exactly, the music began. I waited until the truck passed my house. Same slow crawl. Same low mechanical hum under the music. I hopped on the bike and followed, keeping a half block back. The truck didn't speed up, didn't turn around, didn't make any sound besides the music. It drove straight for 6 blocks, then took a left. 2 more blocks, a right. The neighborhood started to thin, more trees, fewer houses. Then we reached the edge of a park, and that's where it stopped. Not parked. Stopped. In the middle of the road. No other cars around, no street lights. I pulled into the mouth of an alley, hiding behind a dumpster, watching. The music stopped. The engine didn't. I waited. Maybe a full minute passed. Then the back door of the truck opened. It was one of those old roll-up freezer doors, metal and loud. But this one made no sound, just lifted, and something stepped out. It wasn't the driver. It was a kid. Small, thin, barefoot, wearing a hospital gown. He looked straight ahead, not left or right, and walked slowly to the sidewalk. He sat down under the street sign, folded his knees up to his chest, and waited. The truck didn't move. Neither of them did. I couldn't breathe. My chest felt locked. I wasn't scared like before. It was something else. Like I'd stepped into a dream that was about to become a nightmare, but hadn't fully turned yet. I checked my phone. 4:07. Then I looked back up. The boy was gone. So was the truck. The road was empty. No sound. No light. Nothing. I didn't talk to anyone the next day. I didn't go online. I didn't even open the blinds. I just sat in my living room with my coffee going cold beside me, and my hands in fists so tight my nails left marks. I kept running it over in my head, trying to force some kind of order into it. I had seen the truck. I had followed it. I had seen the back open. I had seen a kid walk out. Then the truck and the boy both disappeared in under 60 seconds. There was no sound, no smoke, no turn, no screech of tires. It was just gone. And I knew with a sinking clarity that I hadn't imagined it. It hadn't felt like a dream. Dreams never carry that much weight in your chest afterward. You do not wake up with your palms sweating unless you were awake the whole time. By the evening, I knew I had to go further than just watching it. I had to find out if this thing had happened before, if anyone else had seen it. I wasn't going to post online. I had done that before with weird stuff, and it always turned into people asking if I was high or playing a joke. This time I wanted something real, so I started with the most boring and reliable place I could think of. I walked to the public library. It was half empty when I got there. A few people at tables, a teenager charging their phone near the front. The librarian gave me a look like she wasn't sure if I was lost or about to ask her a question she didn't want to answer. I nodded politely and went to the old microfilm machine in the back. They still had local newspapers archived on microfilm going back to the 1970s. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for. Accidents, maybe. Unexplained disappearances. Anything involving an ice cream truck. I narrowed it down to the summer months first, then started skimming headlines year by year. Nothing jumped out at first. But then, under the August 1983 section, one headline caught my eye. Boy missing after leaving home late at night. No photo, just a few paragraphs. The kid's name was Michael Reyes. He was 7 years old, lived 3 blocks from where I live now. His mother said she had fallen asleep on the couch and woke up to find the front door open. She told police she remembered hearing a melody outside around 4 in the morning, but could not say for sure what it was. The police found no signs of forced entry. No witnesses saw anything. Michael was never found. I searched his name. Nothing else came up. No anniversary pieces. No follow-up interviews. It was like he had been forgotten entirely. I kept digging. 1987. Another boy. Same neighborhood. Also disappeared between 3 and 5 in the morning. Parents asleep. No signs of struggle. 1994. Different part of Camden, but still close. Girl, 10 years old. Gone without explanation. House locked. Neighbors reported hearing strange music earlier that night. I sat back from the machine and rubbed my eyes. I was getting tunnel vision, but the pattern was impossible to ignore. Every 4 or 5 years, always in the summer, always in the early morning, always involving children who disappeared without a trace. The police reports always leaned toward runaways, but no one ever found them. No one ever reported sightings. The trails went cold in the same way every time. There were no suspects, no persons of interest, no statements about an ice cream truck. But one article mentioned something that made me freeze. It was buried in the 5th paragraph of a missing persons report from 2002. The boy's name was Elijah, and he had last been seen by his older brother, who shared a bedroom with him. The brother told police that Elijah had gone to meet the truck. That was the line. Gone to meet the truck. No elaboration, no context, and no one seemed to follow up on it. I printed the article and left. I felt eyes on me as I walked out, even though no one was looking. The kind of attention you feel when you touch something you were never meant to see. At home, I laid the article on my kitchen table next to the gold shoe charm and the notes I had written by hand. I drew a small map of the street, marked where the truck always stopped, where the puddle had been, where the kid had sat under the sign. I didn't know what I was building, but the pattern helped me breathe. That night, I didn't follow the truck. I watched from the window again. At 4:02, the music started. The truck moved at the same speed, same stop, same timing. Only this time, it did something new. It kept playing the music after it stopped. That had never happened before. It stayed parked in front of number 16 for its usual 2 minutes. But the melody continued. It was slower than before, lower pitched, and the rhythm was wrong. It stuttered at one point, like someone had forgotten how the song went and tried to keep going anyway. I didn't move from the window. I didn't breathe until the truck finally pulled away and the music cut off mid-note. I went to bed with all the lights on. I knew then that it was escalating. It had noticed I was following it, not just watching from behind glass, but tracking, researching, digging up things that were meant to stay buried. And I think it was trying to warn me to stop. I kept the lights on for 3 nights straight. I stopped sitting at the window. I closed the blinds. I unplugged the doorbell camera. Whatever this thing was, it had noticed me. I knew that much. I had gone from silent witness to participant, and I did not want to know what came next. But wanting doesn't matter once you're involved. That's what I finally had to accept. You do not get to go back to before. Not after something stares at you like that. Not after a child steps out of a truck and vanishes into nothing. I didn't follow it again. I didn't watch it roll past. But every night, right at 4:02, I still heard that melody start. Warped. Wrong. And always on time. The paper I had printed about Elijah, the boy who went to meet the truck, stayed on my kitchen table. I must have read it 50 times. Each time that line hit me a little harder. Not because it was eerie, because it felt casual, like no one thought to ask what truck he meant. I started to wonder if someone had. But maybe that part had been left out. I called the Camden Records office the next day. I told them I was researching older missing persons cases for a local piece. Not a lie, really, just not a published one. I asked if there were any family members still listed as contacts in the Elijah Reynolds file. The woman on the phone was helpful in that tired way people are when they have no reason not to be. She confirmed there had been an older sibling, Daniel Reynolds. He would be in his mid-30s now. I asked if there was a number. She couldn't give me that. But she gave me the address he had on file from 3 years ago. It was in Pensauken, not far. I drove over that afternoon. The house was a narrow row home with peeling blue paint and a porch that leaned like it had given up. There was a car out front, rusted but intact. I knocked and waited. I didn't expect anyone to answer. But someone did. The man who opened the door was maybe late 30s, heavy-set, worn around the eyes. He looked like someone who had seen more than his share of quiet. I told him my name, told him I was asking about Elijah. His expression didn't change. He stepped aside and let me in without a word. The living room was dark. The blinds were closed. The TV was on mute, playing static. He sat in a chair without turning the screen off. I stayed standing. I read about what happened to your brother, I said. I saw the article. He didn't say anything. I think something's still happening, I added, and I think it's the same thing. That made him look up. He stared at me like he was measuring something behind my eyes. Then he asked the first question. How long have you been seeing it? 2 weeks, I said. Every night, 4:02. He nodded slowly. Then he said, do you hear it in your sleep? The question caught me off guard. I don't know, I said. I keep waking up before it starts. That's how it begins. He leaned forward. You start by hearing it outside, then you start hearing it in dreams, then you stop knowing which is which. What is it? I asked. He looked down at his hands. I don't think it's a truck, he said. I think it wears the shape of one, because that's what kids trust, the sound, the song. It's not for us. It was never for us. But why show up to me? I'm not a kid. He gave a slow shake of his head. You watch too long. That's all it takes. He told me about the night Elijah vanished. It was summer. No school the next day. They were both awake past midnight, reading comics and talking about cartoons. Sometime after 3, Elijah had gone quiet. Stared out the window. Daniel asked him what he was doing. He said, "They're early." Daniel asked who. And Elijah replied, "The cold man." He said the name like it was normal, like they had talked about it before. Daniel remembered getting up, looking out the window, and seeing nothing. No car, no person, no movement. Just the faint sound of music he couldn't place. A minute later, Elijah went to the front door and stepped outside. Daniel followed. But by the time he got there, the street was empty, and Elijah was gone. No footsteps, no sounds, just one drop of melted ice cream on the bottom step. I told the police, he said. They thought I was making it up. Trauma response. That's what they called it. He stood and walked to the side table, opened a drawer, pulled something out and handed it to me. It was a charm. A tiny gold shoe. Identical to the one I had found in the melted puddle. I thought I dreamed it, he said, but a week later, I found that in the mailbox. Did anything happen to you? He shook his head. Not then, but it came back. He looked at me. Once you know about it, it comes back. I left with the charm in my pocket and a weight in my chest I could not name. At home, I laid both charms side by side on the kitchen table. They were the same in every detail. Same scratches. Same small bend near the arch. Like they were not copies. But the same one. I didn't leave the house the next day. I stayed inside with the blinds drawn and every light on. I kept the charms on the kitchen table, lined up side by side like they might do something if I stared long enough. I couldn't stop looking at them. They were too identical, not similar, not replicas. They had the same scratches in the same places, the same tiny nick where the gold flaked at the tip. It was like the same object had appeared in 2 places. One in my mailbox, one in Daniel's drawer. The thought settled heavy in my chest. I started to wonder how many people had one of these. How many people had found a charm, or a puddle, or a cone with something hidden inside. Maybe not everyone remembered. Maybe it had been happening for years, decades even, but no one had tracked it the way I had. They had seen it once, then buried the memory under sleep, routine, and fear. I was not forgetting. I couldn't. and that meant I had one thing left to do. I was going to stop it. I didn't have a plan. I just knew I couldn't keep watching. I couldn't be passive. The truck came every night, always the same route, always 402, always stopped at number 16. It had followed a routine like a machine, and I believed that meant it could be disrupted. Even machines can break. That night, I stood outside my house with a flashlight and a small crowbar tucked under my arm. The air was warm but felt colder than it should. My breath clouded more than the temperature called for. I was sweating, but I still shivered. The truck always moved slowly. I figured if I approached it from the side, I might get close enough to look inside the back, maybe even force it open. At 401, the street was silent. At 402, the music began. It was slower than before. Not just dragging, struggling. The melody skipped a few notes in the middle, then restarted from the beginning. I stayed behind the bushes until the truck passed me. It stopped in front of number 16. I waited 6 seconds, then stepped out. My heart was pounding, not loud, just tight and deep, like a drum played underwater. I walked to the back of the truck. The metal was old, flaked with rust. The latch was covered in scratches. I reached for the handle. It was cold. I mean winter cold, metal that burns your skin even though the night was warm. I gritted my teeth and pulled. It moved easily. The door rolled up smoother than I expected. Inside, the floor was clean, empty, no coolers, no product, no freezers. Just a square metal room. The walls were lined with hooks, dozens of them, and on every hook something hung. Shoes, small ones, baby shoes, toddler sneakers, slippers. A few still had name tags. I stepped back. My body wanted to run, but my feet didn't follow. I heard the driver's door open. Slowly. Then a sound like wet plastic shifting. I turned and looked up. The driver stood taller than the cab. He had to duck under the frame to step out. His face was pale and stretched, skin pulled too tight, like it was made of wax pressed over bone. His eyes were round and glassy, no blink, no expression. He tilted his head, like he was studying me. I gripped the crowbar tighter. He didn't move. Then he opened his mouth, and the music came out. Not a voice, not words. The ice cream truck jingle, playing from inside his throat. It sounded warped, like a speaker underwater, but I could hear the notes clearly. I stepped back again. He followed, slow and smooth, 1 foot at a time. He didn't chase. He just moved like he already knew where I was going. I turned and ran. Back to my house, through the front door. I locked it. Then I pushed the couch in front of it, shaking. The music outside kept playing. Longer than usual, it was still going 5 minutes later. Then 10. Then silence. When I finally opened the door, the street was empty. No sign of the truck, no footprints, no sound. Just a puddle on my doorstep. No charm this time. Just the puddle. And in it, something new. A strip of paper soaked through. I pulled it out carefully and unfolded it. 5 words were written in shaky block letters. You are not the first. I sat on the floor and tried to understand what that meant. Was it a warning, a message, a threat, or maybe a statement of fact? Maybe others had stood where I stood. Maybe some had tried to fight it. Maybe all of them had failed. But I was still here. And now I knew what was inside the truck. Not bodies. Not drivers. Not even ghosts. Just absence. Just tokens. Each one left behind like a receipt. A record of something taken. I didn't sleep the night I opened the truck. I sat on the floor with the crowbar still in my lap and the soaked paper drying on the windowsill. My legs were stiff. My head ached. I hadn't eaten in almost 24 hours, but my stomach felt like a clenched fist. You are not the first. That line played over and over in my mind like the warped melody from the truck. There was no part of me that doubted it anymore. This thing had been around a long time, too long for anyone to fully track. But someone else had tried, maybe more than one person, maybe many, and they had all failed. But I had not disappeared. I had come back. That had to count for something. I took the charms the next morning and drove to Daniel's place. He let me in without asking anything. He looked worse than before, pale, tired, like someone who had been waiting for a knock on the door that finally came. I laid the 2 charms on his kitchen table and added the paper. He read it in silence. Then he poured 2 glasses of water and sat across from me. Do you think it can be stopped? I asked. He didn't answer right away. Then he said, No, I think it feeds on the attention, the pattern, the watching. That's why it plays the music. It wants you to look. It wants to be seen. So what happens if no one looks? He shrugged. No one's ever tried that. I nodded. That night I unplugged every device in my house. I turned off my phone. I pulled the blinds shut and nailed the edges down with tacks. I put on noise-canceling headphones and played rain sounds at full volume. At 4:02, I felt it pass. Even without sound, even without sight, I knew it was there. But I did not look. The next night, I did the same. And the next. On the 4th night, the music stopped coming. There was no sound, no pressure in the air, just stillness, like whatever had been coming finally moved on, or gave up. I kept the routine for 1 full week just in case, and then I stopped checking the clock. I started sleeping again, slowly, lightly, but it was sleep. I went back to work. I spoke to my sister on the phone. I made a real meal for the first time in days. I stopped walking past the window at night. I stopped expecting something to be waiting for me. One morning, I found a letter in my mailbox. Handwritten. No stamp. no return address. It simply said, "You broke it." There was nothing else. No signature. No name. But the tone felt different. Less like a threat. More like acknowledgement. Or maybe even thanks. I showed it to Daniel the next day. He read it twice and smiled for the first time since I met him. "Then maybe that's it," he said. "Maybe it's over." We sat for a while without talking. Before I left, he gave me something. A shoebox. Inside were newspaper clippings, all the ones I had found and many more I hadn't, dozens of them. Articles dating back to the 60s, Camden, Philadelphia, Wilmington, Trenton. All early morning disappearances. All children. All unsolved. In every single one, there was a pattern buried in the language. A mention of music, or a description of a white van, or a note about something left behind. A coin, a charm, a cone. None of the papers had ever connected them. But Daniel had. He had been collecting them for years. "I never knew what to do with them," he said, "but maybe now they're just stories." I took the box home and scanned every single page. Then I packed the originals away and gave the scans to a friend who writes local history columns. He called it the Cold Song. I didn't tell him it was real. He didn't ask. That was months ago. Nothing's happened since. The truck has not come back. The music has not returned. I walk at night now. Not far, just around the block. I pass number 16 sometimes. The house is still empty, still boarded, but I don't feel anything when I look at it. No cold spot, no dread. Just a house with a history. Like all places. One night I left something on the step. A charm. One of the gold shoes. The other one I buried in my backyard. Just in case. I still don't know what the truck really was. A spirit. A curse. Something older, maybe. A ritual playing out behind the rhythm of an old jingle. But I do know it wanted to be seen. And I do know it fed on patterns. And maybe most of all I know this. The only way to starve something like that is to take your eyes off it. Stop listening. Stop naming. Stop giving it space in your mind. So I won't say its name anymore. And I won't tell this story again. I'll just go to sleep before 4 and wake up with the sun. This is probably one of those things I'll regret writing down, but it's been clawing at the back of my head for weeks now. I don't know how else to make sense of it. Maybe if I try to lay it out plainly, like a report or a journal or whatever, it'll stop rattling around in my chest. I haven't told anyone yet. Not because I'm scared of how it sounds okay. Maybe partly that, but mostly because I still don't understand it myself. And the more I think about it, the more I start wondering if maybe that's the point. That I'm not supposed to understand it. That someone else understood it for me and just never told me. So, Here's the beginning. Last winter, I started going to therapy. Not for anything dramatic, no breakdown, no crisis. Just the slow kind of unraveling you don't notice until you realize you haven't really looked anyone in the eyes for a month and a half. The kind of silence that grows roots in your house when you stop having conversations out loud. I was sleeping too much, avoiding people, letting messages pile up unread. You know that feeling when your brain feels too loud and too flat at the same time? That's where I was. I booked an intake appointment at a clinic in Back Bay. Place looked nice online. Clean office, light wood furniture, those little off-white throw blankets that make everything look like an ad for herbal tea. My therapist's name was Dr. Mara. She looked like the kind of person who could talk to a crowd without checking her notes. Warm smile, soft voice, but very precise. I always got the feeling she noticed more than she let on. We met once a week for about 3 months. It was fine. Some sessions were better than others. I wasn't great at opening up, but she never pushed. She'd ask a question, let it hang there, and if I didn't want to touch it, she'd just nod and make a note. Nothing strange ever happened. No creepy vibes. No weird advice, just standard stuff, anxiety management, cognitive reframing, small behavioral goals. She gave me breathing exercises and told me to try walking without headphones once in a while. That was it. Then work changed. My schedule flipped, and I couldn't make the Thursday slot anymore. I called to reschedule, but they didn't have availability for weeks. So I decided to switch clinics. No big deal. I asked for a copy of my file, partly for continuity, partly because I thought maybe it would be good to actually read how I'd been doing. It took about 10 days. They mailed it in a thin white envelope with one of those peel and stick closures. It didn't feel heavy enough to matter. I opened it at my kitchen table while my tea was steeping. There were maybe 15 pages. Most of it looked normal: appointment dates, intake forms, symptom scales. My handwriting on the initial worksheet. I flipped through it casually at first, skimming more than reading. Then I started to slow down. Some of the session summaries felt unfamiliar. Like this one, patient describes dreams as layered. Claims that sometimes he wakes up inside another dream before actually waking. I remember talking vaguely about bad sleep, but I never said anything about layered dreams. That's not even something I've experienced. It didn't sound like me. A few pages later, another one. Subject reports movement in house at night, despite living alone. Indicates belief that someone may be entering through wall spaces. That one stopped me completely. I never said that. I've never said that to anyone. Because that's not my fear. I don't believe that. I've never believed that. And I sure as hell didn't tell Dr. Mara something like that. At first, I figured it had to be a mistake. Maybe they mixed up notes. Maybe someone else's file got merged with mine. It happens. Offices lose stuff, misfile things. I kept flipping through, trying to find something with a different name, but every page had mine at the top. The same header, the same patient ID. There were more entries like that. Patient identifies low frequency vibration in flooring beneath bed, describes it as a purring that is not mechanical. Subject makes passing comment about additional door in apartment, but cannot locate it again after waking. Believes dreams are being observed, suggests the presence of a monitoring system. I felt sick. My hands were shaking. I remember putting the pages down and stepping away from the table, just walking into the bathroom and turning the faucet on, even though I didn't need it. I looked at myself in the mirror and tried to remember if I'd said anything even remotely close to that. I hadn't. I knew I hadn't. I sat back down, flipped to the last page. There was one more note, handwritten. Patient unconcerned about second presence observed during sessions, subject unaware. That was all it said. Below it, paper clipped to the bottom corner, was a printed photo. Standard printer paper, slightly blurry, a photo taken from inside the office. I could tell by the wallpaper, the plant in the corner, the little framed quote on the shelf behind me. It was a shot of me sitting on the couch, facing forward. Only, in the reflection of the window behind me, there was someone else, blurred, standing just over my left shoulder, too tall to be Dr. Mara, too close to not be noticed, but I never saw them. I don't remember how long I sat there staring at that photo. The reflection didn't even make sense. The figure was too solid, too defined for how soft the lighting was in that office. I kept telling myself maybe it was a coat on a rack or a trick of the blinds or something I just never noticed in person. But that wasn't it. I knew that. The posture was too precise. You could see the shoulders, the faint curve of a jaw. Even though the face was blurred, it was unmistakably someone. Not a shadow, not a jacket, a person. And I had no memory of them being in the room with me. I flipped the pages back again, searching for something, a name, a reference, anything that could explain why there were notes I didn't recognize, observations that didn't belong to me. None of it helped. Every page insisted I'd said these things, and Dr. Mara never once made it seem like anything unusual was happening. If she noticed someone else in the room, she hadn't mentioned it aloud. And maybe that was the worst part, that the notes weren't surprised, that they read like clinical observations of something expected, as if my obliviousness was the anomaly. I ended up spreading the pages across my kitchen table in sequence, trying to find a pattern. The entries that felt wrong didn't start right away. The first 2 or 3 sessions read like I remembered them. Mentions of anxiety, trouble concentrating, some insomnia. Then around week 4, the language started shifting. Not obviously, but the tone got colder, more observational. Phrases like subject presence instead of patient feels. Words like monitoring, unaware, presence. The language of study, not therapy. It made me think of those weird internet stories you sometimes see about people finding journals or files where they're being written about in third person. How something so small, a switch in phrasing, can make it feel like the ground underneath you is moving. I tried to call the clinic. No answer. It rang 6 times, then dropped to a generic voicemail. I left a message. Just asked them to call me back. Didn't say what it was about. I thought about calling Dr. Mara directly, but she never gave out her personal number. Everything went through the front desk. So I waited. The next day, I went by in person. The clinic looked the same. Same soft lighting, same front desk plants, same quiet music playing from somewhere out of sight. A different receptionist was there. Young, polite, new. I asked if Dr. Mara was in. The girl blinked and said, "She doesn't work here anymore." That stopped me cold. I asked when she left. Couple months ago, I think, before I started. They didn't say much, just that she left suddenly. I asked where she went. She didn't know. I asked if I could speak to someone else, a manager, a director, anybody. She said they were all in a meeting. The way she said it too quick, like she'd been trained, made me feel like she'd already had that conversation with other people, that other patients had come back looking for someone who wasn't there. I left without pushing. It didn't feel like the kind of place that gave you real answers if you asked too many questions. When I got back home, the folder of notes was gone. I had left it on the table, exactly where I'd spread them out. I hadn't touched them since. At first, I thought maybe I misplaced them, that I'd moved them in a haze of anxiety. I tore the apartment apart, checked the trash, checked behind the fridge, nothing. They were just gone. Except for one thing, the photo. It was still on the floor under the table, half crumpled, like it had fallen when I stood up the night before. I picked it up carefully, smoothed it out, looked again at the reflection in the glass. Still there. Same figure, same placement, just over my left shoulder, angled like they were watching me from behind, close enough to touch. This time I noticed something I hadn't before. In the reflection, my mouth was open slightly, like I was talking, but I hadn't been talking in that session. I remember that one clearly. It was one of those days where I couldn't find the words. I just sat there with my hands in my lap while Dr. Mara wrote notes and occasionally looked up to nod. But in the photo I was mid-sentence. And the reflection behind me? Its mouth was open too. Not wide, just enough to mimic mine. Like it was speaking with me. Or for me. I dropped the photo and backed away from it like it had burned me. And the worst part? When I picked it up again later and looked closer, the angle of the mouth had changed. The thing about noticing something once is that you start noticing it everywhere. After the photo, I kept telling myself I'd imagined it, that I'd misremembered the session, that maybe my mouth had moved slightly, maybe I'd sighed or whispered or done something small that got frozen wrong in the frame, that the figure's mouth, whatever that even was, had just looked open because of a smudge or motion blur or the lighting hitting glass in the wrong way. But then it changed. I know how crazy that sounds, I really do, but I left the photo on my desk overnight, and the next morning I looked again, same figure, same window reflection, and the expression was different. Barely, but enough. The mouth had widened, not into a smile, just stretched, more open, more engaged, and now the eyes, or the area where the eyes would have been, looked darker, deeper, like something had sunk further inward. I took a picture of the photo with my phone, just in case. I wanted to make sure I wasn't misremembering. I compared it to how it looked earlier. It wasn't identical. It was like a new frame in a video. Just the next moment, I told myself I was losing it, that it was stress, sleep deprivation, projection. I hadn't been eating right. I hadn't been talking to anyone. I was probably reading too much into a bad photocopy. That happens. People see faces in static. I tried to let it go. But something about the way the photo stayed on my desk bothered me. Not just its presence, but its placement. Every time I came back into the room, it felt like it had shifted slightly, like it was edging toward the side, slowly, one movement at a time. I threw it out, folded it in half, dropped it in the trash, and took the bag outside right away. I stood at the edge of the dumpster for longer than I needed to, making sure it landed under everything else. I walked away fast and didn't look back. That night, I dreamed of the office. Not in full detail, just fragments. The couch, the shelves, the soft lighting, but darker now. More shadows than there had been in real life. The window had no view, just black glass. And I wasn't sitting alone. The dream version of me was still, hands in lap, mouth shut. But something behind me wasn't. The shape, whatever it was, had hands on the sides of my head. Not pressing, just resting, like it was teaching me how to sit, how to hold still, how to wait. When I woke up, I was facing the wall. I never sleep that way. The photo was back on the desk, folded in half. Same crease I'd made. Same smoothed out look, like it had been handled too many times. And the face? The mouth was completely open now. Not wide. Not screaming. Just enough to show a hint of teeth. That day, I went back to the clinic. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't have a plan. I just needed to see the room again. The receptionist was someone new again. I told her I was a former patient and needed to pick up some insurance forms. She looked confused but let me in, said someone would be with me shortly. Then she answered the phone and looked away. I didn't wait. I walked straight past the front desk and turned the corner toward the hallway. The offices were mostly closed, but the last one on the left, Dr. Mara's old room, was cracked open. I pushed it gently, and it was the same. Exactly the same. Same couch. Same framed print of a forest. Same window. I stepped inside slowly. The air smelled faintly of lavender and printer ink. I walked toward the window and looked at the glass. No reflection. Just gray sky and the blurred shape of a brick building across the street. I sat on the couch. Same cushion give, same creak. I sat the way I had in the photo. Hands folded. Facing forward. Mouth closed. And then I heard it. A sound behind me. Soft, familiar. A breath. Not mine. Not in my head. Close. I didn't turn around. I stayed exactly as I was. And slowly, very slowly, I lifted my phone and opened the camera. Turned it to front-facing. Held it just high enough to see behind me in the frame. And there it was. Not a face. Not even a full figure. Just a shape. A suggestion of someone leaning forward behind me. Not touching me, but there. As if it had always been there. As if it was me. I stood up, left the room without a word, and walked home in silence. I haven't told anyone. I haven't gone back. But I still check my phone camera and mirrors sometimes, just to be sure. and every once in a while I catch something just at the edge of the frame, not reflected, just present, waiting. I kept telling myself it could still be a trick of the light, a reflection layered on top of a shadow, an echo of movement behind me, captured at just the right moment. But the more I tried to explain it away, the more I realized how thin those explanations were. I wasn't scared in a horror movie way. I wasn't screaming or running or calling anyone. I was just tired. Like the fear had moved in quietly and unpacked its things, and now I was just learning to live around it. I didn't delete the photo I took in the therapist's office. I should have. I knew that. But instead, I'd find myself opening it, staring at it, zooming in a little more each time, trying to decide whether the shape behind me was moving between views. I'd close it, swear to myself I was done, and then check it again a few hours later. It never changed, not exactly, but I started to get the feeling that it was aware of being looked at, and that maybe it didn't mind. The photo wasn't the only thing acting strange. My apartment started feeling different too. It was subtle at first, a book slightly out of place, a chair not tucked in the same way I left it, the feeling that the fridge door had been opened while I was out. Nothing big enough to call proof, just small things that made me feel like I was being nudged. I stopped using the overhead light in my bedroom because I couldn't stand seeing my own reflection at night. Not in the mirror, not in the window, because sometimes when I moved, it didn't move with me, at least not right away. And when I lay down to sleep, I kept getting the urge to look over my shoulder, like something was behind me, hovering just past my periphery. It got worse when I found the file. Not the one from the clinic. This was something else. I was clearing space off my laptop and found a folder tucked into a temp directory with a name I didn't recognize, just a string of random letters. I opened it without thinking, assuming it was junk. Inside were 4 documents, all .text files, all named with dates. The earliest was from the week I started therapy. The first few lines made me think it was some leftover journal file, maybe something I'd written and forgotten about. But the tone wasn't right. It wasn't in my voice. It was about me, but not from me. Subject exhibited mild anxiety during intake, avoided eye contact when asked about past trauma, responds well to direct questions, minimal resistance, unaware of passive presence during initial session. That phrase again. Passive presence. The more I read, the worse it got. Each file documented a different session. Only the first one matched anything I remembered. The rest, they were different. Observations of my behavior, the temperature of the room, the amount of noise from the hallway, comments about when I blinked, when I paused too long between sentences, mentions of subject failing to recognize mirrored expression shift. I read that one twice. Mirrored expression shift. Like something was responding with me, or through me. The final file ended abruptly, just a single sentence. Integration pending. I sat with that for a long time. I didn't delete the files. I couldn't. Something about them felt unfinished. Or maybe that's what they wanted me to feel, like there was more to come, like the last page hadn't been written yet, and I was expected to play it out in real time. That night, I turned every mirror in the apartment toward the wall, even the ones in the medicine cabinet. I turned my phone camera around with tape, unplugged the webcam on my laptop. I didn't want to see myself reflected back. I didn't want to know if the thing I was becoming wasn't me anymore. I tried calling the clinic again, just to hear a voice. The number was disconnected. I Googled Dr. Mara. Nothing. No forwarding address, no new practice, no LinkedIn. It was like she'd never existed outside of that room. A few days later, someone knocked at my door. Not hard, just a soft, even rhythm. 2 knocks, then a pause, 2 more. I didn't answer. They didn't leave. I stayed still for what felt like forever, sitting cross-legged on the floor, staring at the bottom edge of the door like something might slide under it. Eventually, the knocking stopped. I didn't go outside for the rest of the day. That night I dreamed again. Same office, same chair. Only this time, I wasn't the one in it. I was standing behind myself, watching. The me in the chair looked pale, dull, a copy that had faded 1 layer too far. And behind him, behind me, stood the shape again. Closer now. One hand resting lightly on the shoulder. Not heavy, not threatening. Just settled. Like it belonged there. Like it had always belonged there. I didn't sleep after that dream. I just laid there in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to my own breath, and wondering if it was the only breath in the room. It felt like something was sitting in the corner, just out of view, waiting for me to acknowledge it. I didn't look. I didn't move. I just stayed still and tried to convince myself that whatever I had seen in dreams, in reflections, in notes I didn't remember speaking, had to be some kind of dissociation, some trick of the mind stretching itself thin. I stopped going to work after that. I told them I was sick, and at first they were understanding. Then came the emails, the check-ins. I didn't answer. I couldn't explain what was going on without sounding like I'd cracked. And in a way, I wasn't sure I hadn't. But even the thought of going outside made me feel like I'd be stepping into a copy of the world that wasn't quite right anymore. Like everything was running a few seconds behind the real version, and if I looked at anything too closely, I'd see where the edges didn't line up. I started talking out loud again, just around the apartment, little things. I'm making coffee now. I'm going to bed. I'm not looking at the mirror. I didn't mean to, it just started happening. I think I wanted to hear myself, to remind myself that I still had a voice, that I was still me, but after a while, I started feeling like I wasn't alone in the conversation. Like someone was waiting for their turn to speak, not echoing, just mirroring. The apartment got colder. No reason for it. The thermostat was fine, but I'd wake up with the kind of chill you feel when someone opens a door in another room and lets the night inside. And sometimes I'd walk past a mirror, I'd turn to the wall, and I'd swear I felt heat radiating from the glass, like the thing on the other side had breath, like it had weight. One morning I woke up to find my phone on the floor next to the bed, camera app open, front facing. I hadn't touched it. I always charge it on the nightstand. The battery was dead, but when I plugged it in, the last thing open was the photo gallery. A new folder had been created. No name, no icon, just a black square. Inside it were 6 photos. All of me, sleeping, taken from eye level, a few feet away. Same angle in each one. In the fifth photo, my mouth was slightly open. In the sixth, the photo was darker, not in exposure but in tone, like the light in the room had been sucked out or pushed away. I was still in bed. But in the lower corner of the frame, just near my elbow, was a hand. Not touching me. Not mine. Just there, resting on the blanket. Pale. Unmoving. I don't remember sleeping with anyone in the apartment. I don't remember waking up to anything out of place. But that photo told me something had been there, next to me, steady enough to hold a camera and still enough to not wake me. I deleted the photos. Then I deleted the folder. Then I threw the whole phone into the sink and turned the water on. I watched the screen crack and blacken under the stream. It felt good. For about an hour. Until I heard a knock at the door again. Same rhythm. 2 knocks. Pause. 2 more. This time I opened it. No one was there. But on the floor, centered perfectly on the welcome mat, was a thin, unmarked envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper. Typed. Plain font. No header. It read, "Final session complete. Integration successful. Mirror no longer required." That was it. No name, no date, no signature. The envelope didn't even have adhesive, just folded shut, like someone had expected me to be waiting. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I just folded the paper back into the envelope and left it on the kitchen counter. Something in me knew it was the last one I'd get. That night, I slept with the lights off for the first time in weeks. And when I closed my eyes, I didn't feel watched. I felt included. Like the thing that had been standing behind me all this time had finally stepped forward. Not to harm me. Not to take over. But to become part of me. Or maybe I had become part of it. I don't know anymore which side of the mirror I was on to begin with. But whichever it is, I'm not alone. And that doesn't scare me anymore. I thought integration would feel more dramatic, more like a shift, a moment of clarity, some inner snap that let me know something irreversible had happened. But it didn't. It just sort of settled. Like fog that doesn't roll in but rises from the ground. I didn't wake up one morning feeling possessed. I didn't look in the mirror and see someone else's eyes staring back. Nothing like that. What changed was quieter than all that. What changed was that the question of "am I alone?" stopped feeling like it needed an answer. I stopped hearing footsteps. I stopped finding things moved around. I stopped feeling the temperature shift at night. But that didn't bring relief. If anything, the stillness felt heavier. Like something had stepped inside and shut the door behind it. Like the house was no longer being visited, it was being shared. I started speaking differently, not just in volume or cadence, in tone, in rhythm. I'd hear myself say things and think, that doesn't sound like me, but it did. Because I'd also remember thinking it a second before. That strange doubled echo in my mind, like a second layer of consciousness quietly prompting me, had gotten faster, smoother. Until I didn't know which voice was mine. I tried to write things down, but the words kept shifting. I'd start a sentence with my handwriting and end with something more rigid. neater, the way Dr. Mara's notes used to look. It was like my thoughts had adopted the same style, and my hand was just following along. I stopped journaling after that. It felt pointless to try and separate my thoughts into mine and not mine. The line was gone. I remembered the phrase from the final file, mirror no longer required, and I think I finally understood what that meant. Whatever had been watching me from the other side through the reflection, through the window, through the notes in those sessions, didn't need to observe anymore. It was already here, already present. Not as something else, but as me. That was the hardest part to admit. I wasn't being followed. I wasn't being haunted. I was being written into. Like a blank page that slowly begins to match the pen that writes on it. Like the lines had always been there in faint pencil, and all this time I'd just been tracing them in ink. I went back to the clinic one more time. It was closed. Not out of business, just shut down for the day. Lights off, furniture gone. A sign taped to the glass that said clinic relocated with no forwarding address. I looked through the window. My own reflection looked back. It didn't move strangely. It didn't lag behind. It didn't smile without me. But it didn't feel like mine either. It just looked like someone patiently waiting for me to catch up. When I turned to walk away, I half expected to hear footsteps behind me. I didn't. There was no need. That night, I unpacked everything from the top drawer of my nightstand, all the papers, the leftover files, the envelope with the last note. I laid them out like puzzle pieces, even though I already knew the picture. I'd never gone to therapy alone. That was the truth hiding in every line I'd skimmed past, every phrase I'd written off as a mistake. Patient unaware. Subject unconcerned about second presence. The person in the room wasn't Dr. Mara. It wasn't some hallucination. It wasn't someone hiding in the walls. It was me. Or the other version of me. The one who stayed quiet when I talked. The one who mirrored my body language without blinking. The one who stepped out of the glass once I was soft enough to let them in. I don't know where they came from. I don't know if they were born from some fracture in my mind or if they found me the way you find an unlocked door. I don't think it matters anymore. The result is the same. I'm not alone, and I haven't been for a long time. The last thing I did before writing this was take one final photo. Just a casual shot of myself in the hallway mirror. No special lighting, no angle tricks. I looked calm, still, familiar. But as I stood there studying the photo on my phone, I noticed something small, something in the background, a reflection in the window behind me. It wasn't another person. It was the same figure I've seen in every dream, but now they were facing away, walking into the dark, not watching anymore, leaving, or maybe just done. And for the first time since all of this started, I didn't feel afraid. Because if that presence, that second version of me has finished whatever it came to do, then maybe I don't need to be observed anymore. Maybe I'm whole now. Not haunted, not broken. Just complete. And that's enough. This probably won't sound like much at first, but it's one of those things that sneaks up on you. I didn't even realize how off it was until I looked back at all of it, how long it went on, how early the signs started. I feel stupid saying that now, because it seems so obvious, but it wasn't then. It started with my car Bluetooth. I drive a 16 Civic, nothing special, just the kind of car that's reliable enough to never make you think twice about it. I park it in a lot behind my building, right under a street light. It's not a high crime area or anything, so I've never worried much. A couple months ago, I started noticing something weird when I got in the car in the morning. The Bluetooth screen would flash like it was connecting to a device not mine. My phone's named normally, just my name. But this was something else. Nokia 1031. I figured it was a neighbor's, maybe someone walking past. The system's kind of dumb, it'll pick up whatever's nearby, even if it never connects. But it kept happening. Not every day, but maybe 3 or 4 mornings a week. Always when I started the engine for the first time, I'd hear the little chirp, the screen would blink, and I'd see that same name. Nokia 1031. It never stayed connected, just popped up, then disappeared. I kept forgetting to delete it from the known devices list. I'd see it, go, I'll take care of that later, and then forget again. Then one morning I got in and noticed the glove box was open. I never leave it open. I don't keep much in there, just napkins, insurance card, and one of those mini tire inflator kits. But it was wide open like someone had been digging through it. I assumed maybe I'd hit the latch accidentally the day before. I slammed it shut and didn't think about it again. Then, a few days later, the passenger seat was reclined all the way back. I hadn't touched it. I drive alone. I almost never have passengers, and when I do, nobody adjusts the seat like that. It was flat, like someone had been sleeping in it. That's when the Bluetooth thing clicked in my head. Nokia 1031. Back again that morning. I finally pulled up the dash cam footage. I'd installed one last winter after a hit and run on my street, but I barely ever check it. I had to dig through the micro SD card just to find the right night. I fast-forwarded through most of it, just hours of quiet parking lot footage under the streetlight. Until 3:17 a.m. The frame jumped a little as motion was detected. And then I saw it. The interior lights blinked on. Someone was already inside. I don't know how else to say it. I didn't see them approach the car. I didn't see the door open. They were just there, sitting in the driver's seat. Not panicked, not rushed. They reached over and popped the lock on the rear door, then climbed into the back seat, like they'd done it before, like it was normal. They pulled a blanket out from somewhere I couldn't see, maybe under their coat, and laid down. No rush, no fumbling. Just tucked themselves in like they were settling in for the night. They were holding something in their right hand. When they shifted, it caught the light. A key fob. My key fob. At least, it looked exactly like mine. They laid there, completely still. Didn't check their phone. Didn't drink anything. Just curled up and disappeared under the blanket. My chest went tight. I backed the footage up, watched again. They didn't come from anywhere. No one approached the car. They were inside already. I pulled the SD card and sat there on the couch, shaking. Went outside 15 minutes later and checked the back seat. Didn't find the blanket, didn't find anything, but the faint outline of where someone had been lying down was still there, pressed into the cushion. I checked all the windows, no sign of a break-in. Doors were locked. I only have one key fob. The spare was supposed to be in my kitchen drawer, but when I checked, the drawer was empty. I didn't call the police that night. I don't know why. I think part of me was afraid they'd ask how long it had been happening. I didn't have an answer. I changed the locks on my apartment the next morning. I started sleeping with a baseball bat near the bed. I know that sounds paranoid, but after watching someone fold themselves into my car like it was theirs, I didn't feel stupid about being cautious anymore. I went 3 nights without seeing the Bluetooth pop up. Then it came back. Nokia 1031. The same day, I walked out to my car and found a small smear on the rear window. Faint, like something greasy. The shape wasn't clear, just the smudge of a hand or a coat sleeve brushing past. That night, I checked the dash cam footage again. Same time. 3:17. Interior lights flicker. They're back. This time, they don't lie down. They just sit in the passenger seat. Hands folded. Looking straight ahead. No movement. Just still. For over an hour. Then the lights flick off and they're gone. Not walking away. Just gone. After the footage ended, I just sat there in the dark with my laptop open, watching that frame over and over again. The way they sat so still. The way they didn't look around, didn't check their phone, didn't adjust the seat or scratch or yawn or do anything normal. Just sat there, hands folded, staring through the windshield. And the part that kept getting under my skin when the interior lights turned off again, it didn't happen because the door closed. It happened like someone had manually pressed the button. Like they knew how to make themselves disappear on camera. They were too good at this. Too comfortable. I deleted the footage off the dash cam, not to hide it just because I couldn't look at it anymore. Like leaving it on the card meant it was still happening. I called the police the next day. Told them someone had been breaking into my car at night. I didn't go into details about the footage or the Bluetooth or the key fob. I just said someone had gotten in and I didn't know how. The officer was polite but casual, took down the basics, said they'd add extra patrols around the block, told me to keep the doors locked and maybe consider parking in a garage if I could. I didn't have a garage, just the same open lot, the same patch of concrete under that buzzing street light. I started parking closer to the curb after that, just within view of my kitchen window. Still not perfect, but at least I could see the car at night without stepping outside. For a few days, nothing happened. No Bluetooth ping. No glove box. No seat movement. I started to feel like maybe I was overreacting, like maybe it had just been a one-time thing, some freak moment where someone found an open door and took advantage of it. Maybe the smudge was old. Maybe I'd misread the light turning off. Maybe. But then the key fob went missing again. I know where I keep it now. I double-checked it every morning for a week. Middle drawer, right side, under the takeout menus. And on the sixth day, it was gone. No sign of forced entry, no broken window. My apartment door was still locked from the inside, but the drawer was open, and the fob was gone. Again. I ran outside. The car was still there, still locked. I started it with my primary fob. It worked fine. Everything looked untouched. Until I checked the rearview mirror. It had been tilted slightly upward, just enough that I couldn't see out the back properly. Not a big change. Not something you'd notice unless you looked for it. But it was different. That night, I didn't sleep inside. I sat in the living room with the lights off, watching the car from the window. The street lamp flickered a little, but nothing happened for hours. Just whined, the occasional car passing, someone walking a dog. Then, at exactly 3:17, the Bluetooth chirped on my phone. Nokia 1031, connected. Not available, not nearby. Connected. I froze. Looked at my phone. It had linked up to something before I even left the apartment. I opened the dash cam feed through the app. The camera I'd installed had a live view option. I clicked it, heart pounding, and there they were. Back seat. Lying down again, blanket pulled to the chin, legs bent slightly toward the passenger side. Same shape, same stillness. But this time, their face was turned toward the camera. Not enough to see details, just enough to make it clear they knew it was there. Like they were waiting for me to look. I didn't call the police this time. I don't know why. It felt pointless. I felt involved now. Not in danger necessarily, not yet, but tangled up in something I didn't understand. I stayed at a friend's apartment the next night. Didn't tell her the real reason. Just said there was work being done on my place. She let me crash on her couch without questions. But when I left the next morning and got into her car to drive back to mine, the screen blinked. Connecting to Nokia 1031. I didn't even have to check. I already knew it wasn't my phone. I stared at the screen for maybe a full minute. Nokia 1031. That name, again, on a different car, a different Bluetooth system, a different city block. I wasn't even in my own neighborhood. I was driving my friend's Camry. I hadn't been near my own Civic in over 12 hours, and still there it was. The car's system tried to pair automatically, like it had done this before. Like it recognized it. I hit the cancel button on the screen, pulled over on a side street, and just sat there. My hands were shaking. I knew what it meant. Whoever had been in my car wasn't just camping out or stealing keys. They were following me, or they had followed me, and now they were already somewhere nearby, close enough for a Bluetooth signal to pop up. I called my friend and told her something came up and I needed to go back to my place. I didn't explain why. I just drove, took side streets, kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see someone standing at a corner holding my spare fob, but there was no one, just the occasional pedestrian, some late dog walkers. By the time I got home, I couldn't remember half the drive. I went straight upstairs and locked the door behind me, double-checked the windows, deadbolt, chain, all of it. Then I checked my phone. No new devices had been added to my Bluetooth list. But when I opened the app for the dash cam, there was a new alert. Motion detected at 3:17. I hit play. The feed showed the inside of my Civic. Passenger door closed, no one inside. Then the rear door opened, from the inside. Someone sat up in the back seat. Same blanket, same jacket. They didn't look at the camera this time. They just sat there for a long while, motionless. Then at 3:30 they reached up and touched the rearview mirror, tilted it slowly, just a few degrees. And then they mouthed something. Not loud, not dramatic, just lips moving. One sentence. I couldn't hear it, obviously. There's no audio on the interior cam. But I replayed the frame a dozen times, and I'm almost certain I know what they said. I see you. That's when I disconnected the camera, ripped it straight off the dash, didn't care if it damaged the cable. I didn't want to watch anymore. I didn't want to know. The next morning I went out to the car and sat in the driver's seat. Everything looked normal. Nothing broken, nothing disturbed. Except in the center console, tucked under some receipts, was a small piece of paper. Folded, perfectly square. I opened it. No words. Just a crude drawing. Black ink, ballpoint pen, a sketch of a car, mine, I think. Rear seat shaded darker than the rest. And above it, a little bubble, a face. No eyes, just the outline. And inside the face, 3 short lines. One across the mouth, 2 above where the eyes would be, like someone trying to mark quiet, or watching. I crumpled the paper and left it in the console, closed the lid. Didn't want it in my pocket, didn't want it near me. That night, I took a sleeping pill, the first one I'd used in months. I just needed to get through one night without hearing the name pop up, without checking my phone every half hour. I still woke up around 3:30, not to a sound, just a feeling. I rolled over and looked out the window. The street lamp was off. Just that one, all the others still glowing. Mine dark. I stared into the lot. Couldn't see much, but I knew the shape of my own car. And I swear, in the passenger seat, I saw a light blink on for half a second. The blue glow of a screen connecting. Then gone again. I didn't go back to sleep. The next day, I went to a locksmith and had them recode my key fobs. I paid extra to make sure they wiped the old ones completely, even the spares, even the ones still in my possession. The guy looked confused when I handed over 2 fobs and said I needed all of them voided. Lose one, he asked. I just nodded. Didn't want to explain that someone else had been using mine more than I had. That night, I parked the Civic 2 blocks away. On purpose. I figured if this thing or this person was still following me, I didn't want them that close to the apartment. I checked the car before bed. Locked, lights off, empty. But the next morning, my phone pinged as I left the building. A new Bluetooth connection request. Nokia 1031, followed by one line of text in the dashcam app. Even though the camera had been disconnected, "You shouldn't have moved it." I didn't know what to do with the message. You shouldn't have moved it. I stared at it for a long time, waiting for it to disappear like maybe I imagined it. The dashcam app was still on my phone, even though I'd ripped the actual device off the windshield. There shouldn't have been a way for it to send anything. But the message was there. No notification, no alert, just waiting in the log like any other motion event. And the time next to it, spelled out now in my head whether I wanted it to be or not, was 3:17 in the morning. Same every night. I deleted the app. Not just closed it. I wiped it from the phone, cleared the data, factory reset it just to be safe. Then I tossed the camera into a dumpster behind the strip mall a few streets over. I don't know what I thought that would do. Maybe if I couldn't see it anymore, it couldn't see me either. But that night, when I started the car, the screen blinked again. Nokia 1031. This time it didn't even hesitate. It connected. I shut the car off immediately and just sat there with my hands on the wheel, engine off, doors locked, heart racing. I was parked 2 blocks away from home again. Thought it would give me some space, but that made it worse. Now I was farther from my apartment, farther from help, and whatever had followed me had clearly never needed a key in the first place. I didn't sleep. I left the car where it was and walked back to my apartment with my hood up, head down. Didn't check the mirrors, didn't check the sidewalk behind me. I didn't want to know if someone was following. But I could feel it. That weight, like being watched from a place just out of frame. The next morning, I stood at my kitchen counter with my hands on either side of the sink and said it out loud. "What do you want?" It was stupid. There was no answer, no whisper, no knock, nothing but my own voice bouncing off the cabinets. But I couldn't take the silence anymore. I needed it to do something, to explain itself, or to end. Instead, I found another piece of paper that night. Not in the car, in my apartment, folded and tucked between the couch cushions, like it had been slid in while I wasn't looking. Same paper, same handwriting. No words this time, just a small drawing. A door, cracked open, and inside it, a dark rectangle with a single curved line, like a person curled on the floor. I flipped the paper over. Nothing. No date, no signature, just that simple, awful drawing. I didn't throw this one away. I left it on the counter and went to bed with every light on. I dreamt I was driving. Same streets I always take, same route home. But every time I turned, the road led back to the train yard. No matter which way I turned the wheel, I'd end up circling the same lot of rusted freight cars and graffiti-tagged fences, headlights cutting through tall grass. My own taillights reflected back at me from somewhere I shouldn't have been able to see. In the dream, I heard the voice for the first time. Not a shout. Not even words, really. Just a whisper that sounded like it came from the speakers. Some part of me knew what it was trying to say. You let me in. I woke up on the couch, mouth dry, neck aching, the lights still on. I didn't go to work that day. I didn't go anywhere. I sat in my kitchen for hours with the paper in front of me, tracing the lines of that little figure in the doorway with my fingertip, over and over. At some point I started crying, and I didn't even notice when I started. The next night, the Bluetooth didn't connect. The car was quiet. No smudges on the windows. No paper in the console. No alert on my phone. And for the first time in weeks, I thought maybe it was over. But the silence didn't feel like peace. It felt like waiting. I left the car parked on the street and slept in my bed for the first time in days. I woke up to my phone buzzing on the nightstand. It wasn't a call, just a new file sitting in my inbox. No subject, no sender, just a video titled "Back Seat." I didn't want to open the video. It just sat there in my inbox, waiting. No message attached, no name, just that single file, titled in lowercase, "Back Seat." I stared at it for a long time, phone in my hand, thumb hovering just above the screen, like maybe if I hesitated long enough, it would vanish on its own, but it didn't. I finally pressed play. It opened in a narrow frame shot vertically, like a phone camera, no sound. The interior of my car. From the center console, facing the back seat. The lighting was dim. It looked like it had been recorded just before dawn, that washed out gray that settles over everything right before the sun comes up. It was quiet, but not peaceful. The kind of quiet where you know someone else is nearby, even if you can't see them yet. A few seconds passed. Then something shifted. The blanket moved, and the person, the same one from the dash cam footage, sat up slowly. Not groggy, not disoriented, just upright, like they'd been awake already. They turned to face the camera, and for the first time, I saw the face clearly. Or tried to, because the face didn't look real. Not in a disfigured or monstrous way, just wrong. Like it had been pieced together from memory. Almost human, almost familiar. But the details wouldn't stick. Every time I blinked, it felt different. The mouth was too narrow, the eyes too far apart, the skin too flat. Like something had assembled a mask and worn it for so long it had started to melt. They looked at the camera for maybe 6 or 7 seconds. Then they smiled. A small, stretched smile, and leaned forward. The video ended there. No sound, no fade. Just a hard stop. I sat on the floor, phone in my lap, not breathing. Because the scariest part of that whole thing wasn't the face. It was the background. The window. Behind the figure, outside the car, was my building. Not from the usual side. From the alley behind it. The view you'd only get if you parked in the back. I hadn't parked there in weeks. I deleted the video. Not that it mattered. I knew it would show up again if it wanted to. That night, I didn't go home. I didn't go to a friend's place either. I just drove. Took the highway north until the city lights disappeared, until I couldn't feel the weight of anything behind me. Pulled into a rest stop around 3 in the morning. Didn't sleep. Just sat in the car with the engine off and my hands in my lap, watching the lot from behind the windshield. Nothing happened. No Bluetooth pop-up. No movement in the mirrors. But I could feel it again. That awareness. That soft, awful attention pressing down on me from somewhere outside the glass. I drove home at sunrise. Tired. Hungry. Empty. The car felt smaller than it had before. Like the seats were closer together. Like the back was pushing forward just slightly. I started leaving the doors unlocked. That sounds insane, I know. But something about locking them felt useless now, like trying to keep a shadow out with a chain. I let the blanket stay in the back, too. It had reappeared some time after I got back. Neatly folded. No smell. No stains. It was like a courtesy. Like someone wanted me to understand I didn't need to be afraid. I just needed to accept it. Whatever it was. The next evening, I walked past the train yard. I don't usually take that route, but I wanted to see it again. Wanted to know if I felt anything, if the signal would return. I passed a row of broken chain-link fencing and stepped around a puddle where the ground dipped unevenly. The whole area smelled like wet metal and something older underneath it, like cold dust that had never been disturbed. As I walked, my phone buzzed. Just once. No message. No call. Just a brief screen flash. Device detected. Spelled out in full. Nokia 1031. I looked around. Nothing moved. No one followed. But the cars, the rusted ones lined up along the edge of the yard, they all looked like mine. Just a little. Same curve to the roof. Same shape to the rear window. I turned and left. Didn't look back. Didn't check the mirrors. Didn't run. Just walked like someone who already knew what was behind them. When I got home, there was one final note waiting. Not in the car. Not in my apartment. Taped to my front door. Handwritten. One sentence. The key was always yours. I stood at the door with that note in my hand for what felt like an hour. The key was always yours. The handwriting was the same as before. Small, tidy letters written in black pen. No punctuation. No signature. Just that one sentence, taped neatly to the frame like it belonged there. I didn't open the door right away. Something about that line settled in a part of me I didn't want to look at too closely. I felt like if I crossed the threshold too fast, something would follow. So I waited. I watched the hallway, watched the stairs. No one came. When I finally stepped inside, everything looked normal. Lights off. Shoes where I left them. Blanket still folded at the foot of the bed. But it didn't feel empty. I sat on the edge of the couch and stared at the window. The car was out there, parked in the usual spot. Still, silent. The same Civic I'd driven for years, same scratch under the driver's side mirror, same dent in the rear bumper from the snowplow last winter. But it didn't feel like mine anymore. Or maybe it felt too much like mine, like the version of it that had learned to watch me back. I didn't leave the apartment for the rest of the day. I didn't check the Bluetooth. I didn't open the app. I didn't even start the car. I just stayed inside, quiet, and let the silence settle. That night, I dreamed I was back inside the car. But it wasn't moving. It was parked somewhere unfamiliar, a wide open lot under a pale yellow streetlight. No buildings, no signs, just gravel and air. The windows were fogged, like someone had been breathing inside for too long. And I wasn't alone. In the back seat, someone was sitting up straight, not moving, not speaking, just watching me in the mirror. When I turned around, they leaned forward and pressed something into my hand. A key. Not the fob. A real metal key, old, worn, one of those cut from a machine types, with no buttons or plastic, just jagged steel and a strip of tape wrapped around the top. I looked down at it, and when I looked up, the back seat was empty. But the blanket was still warm. I woke up with my hands clenched. Nothing in them. Just sweat. The next morning I walked down to the car, not because I had to go anywhere. I just needed to see it, to make sure it was still real. The windows were clear, the doors locked. But when I looked through the glass, something was different. On the passenger seat, tucked between the cushion and the center console, was the blanket. Folded. A single key placed on top. Not a fob. Not mine. The same key from the dream. I didn't open the door. I didn't go inside. I just stood there in the cold, staring at it. And finally, I understood. This whole time, I'd thought someone was using my car like a place to hide. But it wasn't that. It never was. They weren't sneaking in. They were returning. And somewhere along the way, the car stopped being mine. Not stolen. Not haunted. Just changed. Claimed. The seat remembered them. The console held their things. The mirror tilted to their eyes. And the key? It was always theirs. I'd just been borrowing it, driving someone else's silence, keeping it warm. That night, I left the doors unlocked. I didn't turn on the interior lights. I didn't check the mirrors. I sat in the driver's seat, laid the blanket across my legs, and waited. For what, I still don't really know. But I didn't feel scared. I just felt finished. Like whatever had been circling my life was no longer outside the car or inside it, but somewhere else entirely. Or maybe right beside me, breathing softly enough not to be heard. I didn't check. I didn't speak. I just stayed until the sun started to rise. And then I drove. No destination. No music. Just the sound of the road and the soft pulse of the Bluetooth waiting to connect. Not to my phone. Not anymore. But to itself. To whatever it remembered. And for once, I didn't mind.